allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next is moment of silence. Obviously today is 9/11. I'd like for everyone to think of those whose souls were lost on 9/11. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Present.
Trustee Reinders. Trustee McNaughton.
Present.
Trustee Consolino.
Present.
Trustee Fialco.
Present.
Trustee Stylen.
Present.
Mayor Knightsky-Troicki.
Present. Next is community recognition. Since we don't have any tonight, we'll move on to amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments?
Yes, I have one. Once I get my glasses out, sorry about that. I would like to actually remove, that would be L8 from the agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Trustee Fialco?
None?
Trustee Consolino? Any other board members? All right, this is a motion to, did you say table or remove?
To remove.
To remove. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Fialco.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Motion carries. Any other amendments to the agenda? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Fialco.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Motion carries. Approval of minutes, July 24th, 2024, Village Board meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Mason?
I'll second.
Trustee McNaughton? Is there any discussion?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Fialco.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
No.
Motion carries. Public comment. Is there any public comment?
Wait till your name's called.
Thank you. John Walters. I ask that all comments be kept to 3 minutes.
Hello. Today's 9/11. I wanted to kind of start with a prayer, but there was a Father Michael Judge, a Franciscan friar who was the chaplain for the New York Fire Department, who was the first casualty on 9/11. And I wanted to read something that he had said and it had been quoted for my prayer today. You do what God has called you to do. You get on that rig, you go out and do the job. No matter how big the call, no matter how small, you have no idea what God is calling you to do. But God needs you, me, all of us, to keep supporting each other, to be kind to each other, and to love each other. I had a couple other things I wanted to address. I wanted to give Trustee Mason kudos for not missing one board meeting so far this year, but he did make a point of pointing out that there were 3 board members absent last meeting. One was for surgery, another one was for a broken foot, and one was for a birthday. And I think that it was unnecessary to point that out, since there are 2 elected officials to the right of you that have missed 13 meetings since they were elected. And thirdly, Lenny's Gas and Wash on the agenda. Lenny's tried to work with, we're supposed to be a business-friendly environment. Lenny's worked with you guys, the previous board, to try to come up with an ordinance. The ordinance came up and said they have one sign for no truck parking, and they put up 6. They were not the offender, and they got a ticket for $1,000. They can't, they don't want people parking back there, but I don't know why they were offered this ticket. I think we should refund them their $1,000. It would be like somebody littering in the park, and then the police coming up to the front desk to Penny and giving her the ticket. I think that we definitely owe Lenny's a rebate on this ticket. It was not their rig. They didn't allow parking. They have the signs up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. Christine Nasser?
Oh, John. You dropped your pen. I did. Drink. Thank you. I have your 5 minutes. Save your pen. Hi, I'm Christine Nasser. I own Chrysalin Farm. I didn't write anything down, but we're just going to kind of ramble and kind of move through some stuff. Thinking about 9/11 today and how for a split second our country came together. We weren't Republican, Democrat, or independents. We all worked together to go after the terrorists that attacked our democracy. Granted, 143rd Street is just an absolute minuscule thought of what has happened with 9/11, where the country came together. And I think that in Homer Glen, we should all come together like we did for 9/11 on that terrible, terrible day. We have an opportunity to save a beautiful community. We all love the community, and I think what a lot of people don't understand too is that a lot of the people in here are senior citizens. In my area, I have met a couple of different people that are in their 90s, independent living on their own, and they look phenomenal. So there must be something in the water of Homer Glen, for crying out loud, and I think of like it's so we need to save that whole concept. I hope we don't go forward with 143rd Street. Like I've said before, I will move. I cannot do that with my animals. We want to preserve this beautiful community of open space and senior citizens that live along 143rd Street. You people are all of the age that still have parents that are still alive. And think about if your parents are living in a home that maybe you guys all grew up in and you've moved on in your lives, but your parents are still there. And all of a sudden something like this happens to your parents, and all of a sudden they have to be uprooted, where they think the rest of their lives are going to be staying in this home. They've got their neighborhoods, they've got their doctors, they have their community activities, and all of a sudden they're uprooted because now they don't have the land or something's going to happen with them. So I think you guys need to think beyond that and help to preserve this whole area. Let's be a community. Let's be like what happened with 9/11. We all came together and worked hard for our democracy. We need to work hard for Homer Glen. I love Homer Glen. I love it, I love it, I love it. And I want to stay here with the open space and all the wonderful people that I have met that want to save this lovely, lovely community. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Perry?
Good evening. I'd like to bring up a bit of old business. Last year, when we were talking about the future of Hadley Road, one of the most consistent comments that came up about a need for that road was a 3-way stop at South Bell and Hadley. And I got reminded of that the other day. I had a near miss there, was making a left turn from South Bell onto Hadley, and somebody that was speeding going westbound just about got me. I had to slam on the brakes about a foot into the intersection, and when the person passed me, it was clear they didn't understand the risk they were creating. They gave me a dirty look on the way by, like, don't pay more attention when there's a hill there that pretty much makes it difficult for observe somebody in a timely fashion when they're moving too fast. So anyway, just, would like to know whether that's still on the table for discussion, and, express the concern too that we have some people that are actually older than me living in the area, and the reaction times get slower as you get older, And I'm more concerned about some of those folks than I am about me at that intersection. It really takes being extra observant and some quick reactions sometimes when people go flying through that intersection unhandily. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Baber, Mr. Woods, would you mind getting with Lieutenant Piazza and having a discussion and then having something for the next board meeting?
We will do that.
Thank you. And Mr. Perry, you're not old, just so you know. You said actually older than me. I'm going to take a stab at this name, Remesis Gribalukas something? You're going to have to say it for me.
Remus Grabliauskas.
Yeah, I wasn't getting that one.
It's all right. I figured when
You understand
my name is Remus Grabliauskas. I'm here with 14059 South Bald Road, LF5 representation of the landlord. I just wanted to let you guys know that we're here to answer any questions that may come with the parking adjustment that we asked for. Through our application process, we have complied with anything that the board has asked us to do. We did our second go-round of the submittals of anything that was requested with the parking lot. So just wanted to let you guys know that I'm here if there's any additional questions when our topic comes up, as well as the potential new tenant that's going to be in place. So
Okay, we'll call you back on L5.
thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Pasella?
Hi, I'm Heidi Pasella. I am here to note that on July 24th, the board meeting packet on page 8 of the PDF, but it's page 6 of 22 in your actual minutes, that there's several names that are typed out wrong. And also there are some comments that were also construed. So I'm just asking that this be amended, that, for example, I said something about that I asked for the village to do more than just monitoring the state bill, but it was put in there that I asked for you to monitor the state bill. So I'm drawing that to your attention, please. And be mindful of accurate note-taking, because reporting inaccurate public comments is kind of misleading and untruthful. Also on tonight's agenda, action item number 9 regarding 143rd Street. When it comes to that time or beforehand, when you have your comments, can you please clarify in layman's term for everybody to understand? For example, can you simplify the legal terms and also spell out the exact steps and process that this entails for everyone? So number 9 on the agenda, it states using or engaging the village attorney and the village manager. I'm wondering if you were also going to add everyone else, the mayor and the village board, I guess, corporate authorities as well, because that would include more of you for that. Also, I was wondering how that is going to help the 143rd Streeters with knowing how that's going to stop Will County from knocking on their doors or calling them, sending letters, writing their emails while the current injunction is in place. I understand that date is tomorrow. You may be waiting for that, I'm not sure. The BP pipeline, I was wondering if you had a contract with them that you could post publicly, or there's an agreement with that. I've actually had people reach out to me for some reason asking me if I had that documentation because trees were coming down on property instead of the easement. I'm unclear on that, so if you have any information to share with the public, that would be helpful. Lastly, this is awkward but necessary. When I was doing my public comment last time at the meeting, I was getting yelled at in the back, and this was on August 28th, and this is while I was speaking on public comment. I also got approached in the hallway in like a jump scare type moment, and it turns out that it was the mom of the mayor, and this, like I said, this is awkward and it's disruptive, but I just hope again that it never happens and that everyone here is treated with respect. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, yeah, thank you. Heidi, would you do me a favor? Would you be so kind to email Candace, the clerk, with the correct spelling of the names that you're alluding to that are incorrect? And then this way, at the next board meeting, if the board so chooses to make a motion to make those adjustments on the spelling of the name, and then whatever comments that you feel that are not, typically it's not the residents that can say what something was misspoken or not, but if there's something that needs to be reviewed, we're happy to do so. So if you don't mind emailing the clerk, that would be great. Or not, whatever you choose to do. Okay, moving on to Krista? Is there a Krista? Sorry, I can't read the A-L, Alice? Christine Adder? Yeah. That's probably why the last names aren't spelled right.
Hello, my name is Christine Ader. I am a mechanical engineer that works at Fermi National Accelerator Lab. I live on Longview Drive in Homer, Glen. And when I first walked the property in 1997, I realized that we had a jet fuel pipeline, a 12-inch OD pipeline running from Manhattan to O'Hare, and that carries approximately 1.8 million gallons of fuel per day to O'Hare. When I walked that property in 1997, after we bought it, I had a really difficult time finding the survey markers in the back because it was so heavily wooded, including where the easement was. So I had no clue that clear cutting the easement would be something that we would have to contend with. I understand the technology leap from 1946, when the original easement agreement was put into place, to the present, is the legal basis that restricts any clear cutting or even tree removal from the easement. The original intent of the right-of-way agreement did not involve clear cutting. And actually, when the easement was put into place, there was not a lot of the technology that we currently have in place, including in 1959 was when the first motorized chainsaw was put into place, and modern tree removal equipment was developed in the 1950s. So none of the residents have been clear cut north of the 151st Street in Homer, Glen, and the pipeline was not considered a national security issue when the original easement agreement was first established in '46. And BP has been able to conduct inspections in the past. There's technology including drones, smart pigs, which traverse the pipeline, which can also inspect the wall thickness, and they can clean the pipe, they can spray the pipe for protection. There's also cathodic protection, which prevents corrosion of the pipe. There's also drones, which you can use AI technology, which can map out the area and do a much better job than foot inspections or inspections by feet, and also aerial inspections, and that's why BP is saying they need to remove the canopy, but there's much better technology in place that they can use. So I guess, and then according to the Morton Arboretum, in a 100-year span, only 7% of the oak trees that remain, and our natural landscape and the support of the Homer Glen Village to preserve our heavily wooded beauty is slipping away. In 2008, 2009, the village fully supported us resisting clear cutting, and now the village is now allowing clear cutting on their own easement. I am very disappointed.
Thank you. Moving on to reports and communications from the president and other officers. Village manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank all their event staff, park staff, public works staff, EMA, all the volunteers for their work on the parade and the Family Fun Day, which occurred last weekend. We have received a lot of positive feedback, and we're looking for future events to be as successful as these have been. Also, just a reminder, pumpkin season, pumpkin farms are ongoing, and visitors in town, so let's be aware and careful out there. Thank you.
Joe, do you have an update on the BP pipeline?
I would like to defer to our village engineer, Brett, on that.
Mr. Westcott?
Yes, we've been coordinating with BP and some of the residents that live along Longview Drive, and we're setting up a meeting on site to discuss that with them.
Are we allowing clearing of the trees?
Within our village right away, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, village trustees. Trustee Consolino?
In remembrance of 9/11 today, I would like to acknowledge the grave loss in which our nation experienced that day and subsequently. My husband re-enlisted with the United States Marine Corps after being out of service for 15 years because of 9/11. He has also served in several combat deployments due to the conflict that resulted after 9/11. I'd like to share a poignant message that has always struck home with me from that fateful day. The message is from a voicemail by Brian Sweeney to his wife, and the message is displayed inside the 9/11 Memorial and Museum collection. Brian Sweeney was a former pilot and instructor with the United States Navy, and he was aboard hijacked Flight 175 that crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. Brian left his wife this message. Jules, this is Brian. Listen, I'm on an airplane that's been hijacked. If things don't go well, and it's not looking good, I just want you to do good, go have good times. Same to my parents and everybody. I just totally love you, and I'll see you when you get there. These are the stories I remind myself as to why I should never forget what occurred on 9/11. These are the stories I teach my daughter so she will never forget, and so she will understand why her father went to war. I share this story with all of you because sometimes I think we need to stop and put ourselves into a proper perspective and start acting more human and compassionate instead of politicking. In reporting for the Environment Committee tonight, I would like to inform the board that during public comment, a resident had expressed concern regarding BP clearing occurring on private property in and around the Long Run Creek area. I was forwarded a number of emails that were submitted to board members previously. The concerns brought to my committee were that residents are alleging that BP officials are marking trees and clearing private property without notifying or getting permission from the residents. There was also concern that trees were being marked and cleared that are heritage trees, that are anywhere from 200 to 300 years old. The Environment Committee requested that our village staff request a meeting with these residents and that a BP official to address the concerns, and I followed up with this request with staff. I feel that these types of situations repeatedly occur within our village regarding jurisdiction between village, private property, and utility companies. I've suggested to staff that maybe more information could be provided on our website regarding these situations and information providing options for our residents when they do not want to permit a utility to clear or work on their private property. I also requested that we look into amending our ordinances or our code to better enforce proper notification from utility companies when they must work near or on private property. I would also like to report that we are very much looking forward to having a great weather and clear night for our fall stargazing that will occur this Friday night. It will be Friday the 13th, and we will be hosting incredible bats. This will be in our community room from 7:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Incredible Bats has been promoting bat education since 1996, and their goal is to inform the many benefits of bats. Telescope viewing will begin when it gets dark, and the park courts will be closed that night for the event. So please come out with your family and friends and enjoy one of the beautiful perks of being an international dark sky community. On reporting for village business tonight, I need to address the blatant electioneering that took place on this board at our last board meeting of August 28th. I was personally attacked by board members who made false statements about my absence that night. We're in campaign season again, and I have stated on this board for the past 3 years that I will always call out politicking and electioneering with village business. Why do I do this? Because it's illegal. Why am I not surprised that our very expensive village attorneys did not point it out or stop it? All one has to do is look at the $30,684.63 legal bill for July, and then look at every previous attorney bill we have ever had before the mayor hired this firm. That's why. Now, when it comes to the personal attacks and false comments made about my absence, I'm going to point out the hypocrisy by the board members who attacked my name. Same board members who electioneered against me never take notice or publicly mention every meeting that Trustee McNaughton or Clerk Bielski have missed during their brief year on this board. I've never politicked against them or publicly attempted to shame them for their absences. So why would my fellow board members who ran on civility and union do this to me? By the way, no one bothered to call me or email me or text me regarding my absence, even after I'd informed our village manager that day. If they had, I would have been honest, and I would have had no problem explaining my personal issues, because everybody else seems to do that on this board. I would have explained that my child had accidentally broke my big toe and that I was in extreme pain and could barely walk. I would have also explained that my husband is on active military duty in South America, and that while I was incapacitated, there was no one available to assist with my special needs daughter or my handicapped mother. Or I could have even gone further, like the other elected officials do on here, and I would tell people my heartaches of that week of losing a beloved cousin to COVID and a best friend's son to a drug overdose. Since none of these fellow board members bothered to reach out to me with the exception of Trustee Fialco, why would they sit here and lie and scream about my absence? I have no problem telling you why. Electioneering, politicking, grandstanding, and gaslighting. That's why. I placed the topic of 143rd Street to be discussed on our agenda that night. I did that because many of these people who came and spoke at public comment were very angry. Those residents had questions that I have no answer for. They were sick and tired of getting the same gaslighting at our board meetings over and over and over again. We've been paying our village attorneys to monitor the situation for how many months now, without providing any details on what exactly the word monitoring meant, even when they've been asked directly. Dictionary states that the monitoring means observe and check the progress or quality of something over a period of time. How does that exactly stop the expansion of 143rd Street? It doesn't. Saying we're doing something when we are not actually doing it is a false statement. I sent out an email to our board when I requested to have it put on 143rd Street on the agenda. I addressed that our mayor had made a number of contradictory statements at village board meetings and on social media regarding Will County offering her our 1.5 miles of road along 143rd Street. I told our board, our village manager, and our attorneys that our residents were demanding answers. So I will not apologize for being absent for that meeting, and that public comment lasted nearly 2 hours that night. I have never given false information or false hope to our residents regarding the 143rd Street expansion. You people did. I personally feel that instead of advocating for the road, our board repeatedly electioneers against Homer Township and what they are or aren't doing with a lawsuit for the road. Residents feel this way too. This is why Trustee Fialco and I have tried to press upon our village manager and our attorney to act instead of monitor the situation. This is why Trustee Fialco placed legislative item 9 on the agenda for tonight for filing a motion to stay the proceedings of an eminent domain lawsuit filed by Will County. Otherwise, if we don't pass this motion, we will be wasting even more taxpayer dollars to sit idle while residents continue to get offer letters of eminent domain for their properties. And ultimately, 143rd Street will get widened. Personally, I think if we can take over Hadley Road with a possible price tag of $20 million for maintenance, why can't we take our 1.5 miles of 143rd Street? The mayor stated during the vote to take over Hadley Road that she had no idea how we were going to pay for the possible $20 million maintenance. Why is 143rd Street not being considered by our board as well? What's changed over the past year? If you all would like me to read the email out loud that I sent to this board on August 21st regarding why I wanted 143rd Street on the agenda, gladly I'll do it. I have it with, because nobody responded to it. Otherwise, residents can FOIA it. The only thing I would like to note before closing my report tonight is that a resident contacted me regarding being threatened in the village hallway at our August 28th board meeting. They alleged that a family member of one of our board members followed them out of the meeting and was screaming at them in the hallway. Our village has inside and outside cameras, and I've requested this video footage from our village manager, who has yet to provide it to me or the resident in question. I want to go on public record that it is criminal for any board member, their family, or their friends to follow, harass, threaten, and/or assault anyone at these meetings. Police reports should be filed immediately, and complaints should be made with the state's attorney's office as well as the attorney general's office. This is a serious offense, and it's a criminal one. No resident should ever have to be worried that they will be physically or verbally assaulted for publicly expressing their opinions at a board meeting that their tax dollars are paying for. So much for integrity, civility, and union. And this is why I have a body camera with me ever since April of 2023, and I apologize to our residents for that. I'm done.
Thank you, Trustee Consolino. Trustee Fialco?
Yes, thank you.
Is your microphone on?
It is, and I'm just not talking as loud as I usually do.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I apologize for that. All right. 23 years have gone by since September 11, 2021. As a horrific day of infamy in our great country, where the ultimate sacrifice of 2,977 fellow citizens' lives were senselessly taken. Let's please keep this thought in our prayers this evening. Thank you. For my birthday during the last meeting, August 28th, I wasn't here. And so my attendance came into focus that day for some reason. But for the 3 years and 4 months that I've been here, I can tell you that I've missed very few meetings. And if anyone ever wanted to compare records with other trustees, I'd be willing to do that. But I think there was a thought of some kind of conspiracy theory behind my absence somehow. But it was called out. I think it was wrong for that trustee to call it out, because the fact of the matter is there are people that have not been here a lot of times, just as was mentioned, 13 times for 2 other members that are on this board at the moment. I don't want to say their names, and I wouldn't even be saying this now had it not been brought up at the last meeting. That is not the way we should work as a board. We should respect each other, and if you have to take time off and you can't be here, then you can't be here. And out of the 13 absences of others, I never question anybody, ever. That's their own personal business. But for a trustee to try and throw everybody under the bus because they missed the meeting, and it was already said why. For myself, it was my birthday. I became the tender age of 63, and I enjoyed the day off. If I had showed up for a village board meeting, I would have expected somebody to yell at me for showing up on my birthday. That's what I would expect. But I'd like to put it through, if anybody wants to, if we want to put it on the agenda to discuss attendance, and if you want to come up with some kind of, avenue to address it, I'd be willing to do that. But I think it was shameful that it came up at the last meeting in the format that it did. So just to close that out. The 2 items on the agenda, Heidi was at the admin and finance meeting, and so was John Walters. That's why they were able to give extra information tonight. From that meeting, we had Lenny's Gas and Wash on there, and we also had 143rd Street on there. So when we get to those items, we can discuss them at length a little bit better. Being that they've been talked about already, I won't say too much more till then. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Fialko. Trustee Stylen?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to remind people that Chalk It Up is happening on Saturday, September 21st here at Heritage Park. I believe you can still register. And also Scarecrows will be drop-off is September 26th. And if you're still interested in decorating one, to please contact our events department. And I just want to say I don't think I've ever done any politicking up here and made any accusations against anyone or called anyone out by name. And I'm getting really tired of hearing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stylen. Trustee Mason?
Yes, ma'am. Just like to give a little thanks out to our Public Service and Safety Committee. We met on September 4th. Public Director has advised us that we are receiving new fuel tanks. Through his negotiation skills, he saved us quite a bit of money. Mr. Woods, thank you. They were old, rotting, they're antiquated. He got them to put them in free of charge. Also, we've been doing some traffic studies and using our counters to do that, which need to be recalibrated. We have some mixed results on that. The studies were done in Woodcrest, Golden Oak, and another one is in progress in Beaver Lake Drive. Mr. Woods also received an offer from a company to donate some solar-powered flashing stop signs, and I believe we have 2 of those, and I believe they're now being put to use. Official building report, we had 427 permits in June and July, mostly for roofs. We're way ahead of last year at this time by revenue. We're about 100,000 up over last year at the same time. We're on track to break $1 million in 2024 with permits, which is good revenue for the village. Also, there's 33 new homes that are going up throughout the village and several more in pipeline. Lieutenant Pete Piazza has done a great job with the Will County Sheriffs. His report included that the village had a service hours of 3,198 traffic service hours. Of this, 136 total tickets, resulting in 153 written tickets. And of those tickets, 96 were for speeding and one was a DUI. One of the deputies spent 33 hours alone in locations where we have had complaints and other locations of concern. Of those 14,313 vehicles counted, 86 were ticketed and one was written up a warning. Also, Mr. Cuss of EMA, I want to thank him for his due diligence. He's been actively getting us grants and donations to the village through Northwest Fire Department and Chief Todd Fanfara. He donated an ambulance to the village that we don't have to pay for now, and coordinated this through Ron and the efforts of the EMA. In fact, I called Ron last night and was checking on him, and he was after work still out there stripping the letters off of it, taking the writing and cleaning up the vehicle, saving us all money all the way around. He also has some tri-band radios now through 100% donations. So Ron's doing an outstanding job, and I just wanted to mention that. Also, it was not 43 years ago, but it was 23 years ago today, on September 11, 2001, a coordinated series of terrorist attacks were launched against the United States by a terror group known as Al-Qaeda. In New York City, 2 hijacked passenger jets were flown into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. Another hijacked aircraft was flown into the Pentagon. The Twin Towers later collapsed due to damage inflicted by the aircraft and fires caused by the superheated fuel. In Washington, D.C., the section of the Pentagon that was hit collapsed. In all, nearly 3,000 Americans were killed that day during the terrorist attacks, which are often referred to as simply 9/11. These astounding attacks on the U.S. soil shocked the entire generation of Americans. Most people will never forget that day, where they were or what they were doing when they heard the news, and it will forever be seared into our memories. September 11 showcased to many the evil that was present in the world, but is also a day that played host to an extraordinary feat of heroism. New York City firefighters and other emergency personnel raced into the Twin Towers, flying up the seamlessly endless flights of stairs to get as many people out of the building as they possibly could. Sadly, many were still saving victims of the attack when the towers came down around them. In Washington, the debilitating flames and smoke were braved by the average Pentagon personnel who were attempting to rescue their trapped co-workers. Finally, the passengers of the 4th hijacked airliner, United 93, rose up against the terrorists after learning about the attacks that had been happening elsewhere. The aircraft, which was heading towards D.C. to an unknown target, was crashed by the hijackers as the passengers attempted to take over. Although the passengers of United 93 lost their own lives that day, they had likely saved countless others. In the aftermath of 9/11, the United States declared war on terror, resolving to go after those who carried out the attacks and anyone who would support them. Osama bin Laden, the man who orchestrated September 11th, was eventually tracked down by Navy SEALs and killed May 1st, 2011. Today's evils of terrorism are still, sadly, very present in our world. The fight against them is still on, and the United States remains integral in that fight. Many Americans have lost their lives in the years following September 11th, fighting terrorism, and more than 50 known terrorist plots against the United States have been foiled thanks to the tireless work of our military and law enforcement. Finally, on October 7th, another horrific attack transpired, this time on the Jewish people of Israel. Our hearts go out to both the U.S. families and the families of the losses of those ones in Israel. Due to the differences in the Jewish populations versus our own, they lost 20 times the amount of people that we did on that day. Again, we will never forget, and we honor our men and women in the military and law enforcement who keep us safe each day. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee McNaughton.
Thank you. Before I get started, I'd just like to say a happy belated birthday to Trustee Fialka. You're welcome. I wish you good health and another great year ahead. Good evening, friends, neighbors, and fellow citizens. Today, of all days, it is incredibly disrespectful to discuss personal attacks as we gather in remembrance of the tragic attack on September 11th, 2001. That day, our nation witnessed unimaginable loss, yet it was in that same moment that we saw the remarkable strength and resilience that defines the United States of America. We honor the memory of those that we lost, and we recognize the bravery of the first responders, the determination of our military, and the unity of everyday Americans who stood together in the face of adversity. From the ashes of the dark that day, we rose stronger, bound by a shared belief in freedom, equality, and justice. What makes this country great is not just our military might or economic power, it's our people. It's the compassion we show in times of need, the diversity that enriches us, and the unwavering belief that no matter where we come from, we all have a place in the American story. Tonight, let us remember not only the tragedy, but also the enduring spirit of this nation, a spirit that can never be broken. As your elected trustees, I believe we're all honored to serve a community that embodies the best of what America stands for: unity, resilience, and hope for the future. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Trustee Fialko. He forgot to mention something earlier.
I just want to make mention, and I didn't want to say it while I was giving my time. We did lose somebody from our family, Jennifer Fialko, in the Twin Towers. So anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. Someone close to us had been lost on that day.
Sorry for your loss, Trustee Fialko. We're going to move on to the village clerk.
No report.
Village attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At almost every meeting that I've attended over the last few months, a member of this board has made disparaging comments about either myself or our firm. But tonight's allegation that we would shirk our obligations to this village and to this board because of money is patently offensive. During the last meeting, there were comments that the mayor and I had concerns were approaching electioneering, and I'm presuming the member that made these allegations watched the video, and if they did, they would have seen the mayor and I lean towards each other because we were both concerned about the direction that those comments were headed. It was my professional opinion, to which the mayor agreed, that the comments stopped before they crossed that line. At no point in time would I or any attorney from our office shirk our obligations to this village or to this board because of our fees that we're charging the village. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Public safety officials. And next is me. Couple of things. Reporting from the Ability Awareness Committee, I'm proud to report that they made 160 buckets for back to school for the food pantry. That included popcorn, candy, movie stuff, lots of fun things for the food pantry, but they did make 160 buckets. And they wanted to thank Mikey and Ron personally for helping and doing all the work that you guys did for that day, putting the baskets together and bringing it to the food pantry. The Ability Awareness is also looking at making, doing a contest for our village Christmas card. Every year a Christmas card comes to me and it's the same old truck, red bow and wreath and, Barnesy stuff. But I thought it'd be fun to do a contest for a village resident to come up with an inclusive, veterans, geared towards veterans, the differently abled, our seniors, something in that nature to design a Christmas card. We'll give you guys all the facts and details on that coming soon. I wanted to ask, I did want to say, I do agree with Trustee Consolino when she said that when a situation comes up like the BP pipeline, that I do think it is very important that we have communication, workshops, Facebook posts, put it on our websites, any updates that we can possibly get out there. I mean, any matter such as that, because I did receive a numerous amount of emails on the BP pipeline, and I work on a farm, so I really don't know too much about BP pipelines, so I was forwarding all those to Brent and Joe and trying to figure out what was going on myself, so I am just being abreast of what's going on myself. I am going to ask this. Now, I am just the mayor, so I don't have authority to do this on my own, but I would like to know if there's a possibility of stopping any removal of any further trees until we have any further information that the board can discuss. I know it's on our easements, I understand, but if what Trustee Consolino's reporting is true, that these trees are the age of the nature that she'd stated, I mean, I think it's important for the board to be aware of this and know what effects that has. So again, I'm just the mayor, so I can't make that call on my own, but I'm just something for us to discuss internally as well. Couple things, L8 that Trustee Fialco had removed, which I'm totally okay with. The reason why I had that put on is because there was no formal resignation of Trustee Fialco from removing himself from the Homerfest committee, which is not a big deal. We understand that he's not running again, and that we're giving it over to the staff to try to take the reins on that. But I did feel that it was important that a trustee chair at least one committee. I understand that there's, you're still in this office until April, but you look at people like Trustee Mason, who serves on 3 committees and chairs 2, and is part of the A&F committee, and then you have a trustee who just sits on one. It's not really a fair balance. So I thought it was important to at least take the load off one trustee and give it to another. But since you are asked for that to be removed and not tabled, I'm assuming that you had denied that appointment, which is absolutely okay. Thank you, Trustee Mason, for continuing to do all that hard work that you do. Moving on with the, I know there was some discussion about attendance. It's funny that it was brought up because I have the attendance records actually sitting right in front of me. And out of 34 meetings, yeah, Trustee Mason, you haven't missed one. And you have attended every single meeting that I've asked and requested you to attend. You've met with developers, contractors, staff. You've done a lot of work with me, so I truly appreciate that. Trustee McNaughton has missed 13 out of 34 meetings, and I did ask for his resignation. I did ask, and we came to an agreement that he's going to work on his work schedule, and he's been here ever since. Trustee Consolino has missed 9, not too far off from 13. Most of those meetings with no notice. Just like the last meeting when Trustee Consolino, I would have reached out to you because I am a caring human being, but you've made it very clear that you didn't want me to contact you at all, and unfortunately, we didn't even know that you weren't attending until 15 minutes before the meeting. So it's very hard for us to call you without even knowing, and the rest of the board didn't know until the 6:30 showed and you weren't here. So I do apologize that you broke your toe, and I truly hope you feel better over that. Trustee Reinders has missed 4, Trustee Fialco has missed 4, Clerk Bilski has missed 9. So I don't know where the number 13 is coming from, but you've missed 9. Trustee Stylen, I missed you. I don't have you on this, but I believe you missed 1.
It's
I think
1.
maybe 1.
It's
Yes,
1.
Yes. Okay, excuse me, this is my report. But in executive session, we have a trustee who walks out on almost every executive session we have and doesn't attend. I mean, you want to talk about record numbers, Trustee Consolino's missed 11 executive session meetings. So when we talk about 143rd Street and all the misinformation that's being put out there, that's because this trustee does not attend our executive session meetings to understand what really is going on with 143rd Street. Missed 11 executive session, came late to 2 and left for 4. So let's talk about the real information, and we want to talk about politicking. I can go on for hours about this. And the attorney is correct. It was, and I'm going to call it out. Trustee Mason was giving some reporter making some comment, and the attorney and I leaned together, and I was just about to cut him off, and his comments went in a different direction. But it's fair on both sides. If someone's doing it on one side, and you can tell who's on what side. I mean, come on, this is clear as day. I mean, when one person on this side goes a little too far, I'll call them out on the same exact point. They were both just talking during my report, and I just said it's my report. We want to talk about respect while people are talking, and talking about my mother who yelled at somebody during a meeting. I had a conversation with my mother because her exact words were, "Can we stop yelling?" That wasn't directed towards one individual. It was because I was being yelled at because the resident who came up to the podium had went above their 6 minutes allowance. And I was politely asking them to stop, but it allowed them to continue to speak. And then got berated again on my timeline of what I do on a daily basis and who I meet with and when I talk to. I appreciate that you are so involved in what my day-to-day duties are, and I actually appreciate it and complimented you for pointing out all the hard work that I've been doing and all the meetings that I have. And at the end of that meeting, yeah, the beginning of it started off a little hostile, and I knew it was going to go that way, but we took this side of this dais was here to listen and hear every single word that was said. I'm sorry, sir, you're mouthing something to me, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't while I'm speaking, but that would be greatly appreciated. Just like we just said, respect, it's on both ends of this dais. At the end of the board meeting last week, or last month, or 2 weeks ago, we all left here, we were being thanked, we reached out, we have letters being sent out to each one of you residents, we want to keep involved. I'm tired of hearing that we're not with you. And it's not your fault, trust me. I know exactly whose fault it is. All the misinformation that's being spread out on Facebook, or people that don't attend our executive session meetings who cannot find it in their mind to give out information, because guess what? It is campaign season, and this is what happens every single time. I've been through 9 elections. I know how this game works. I'm going to go back to a couple other things too. One of the trustees mentioned that an email was sent on August 21st. Never received an email on August 21st at all for any of that. Again, misinformation being spread. I looked on Facebook the other day. I'm blocked from some board members here, but I got someone shared with me that I'm calling to be a strong mayor. Never did those words ever come out of my mouth. Never have I asked. I've asked from day one since I've sat in this seat for someone to explain what my exact duties are, what form of government we are, and what the trustees' duties are. It has taken till now, a year and a half later, for this to be accomplished. When the old board came into office, all of a sudden we had a new form of council government and new different things were happening. That's not how this works. So I would really appreciate if this board would start working together, stop fighting here at the dais, and get stuff done. We obviously have many things. And I'm going to be honest, I see Trustee Styling came in today and attended 2 meetings with me. Trustee Mason, you've been to so many, I can't even count. Trustee Reiners is at almost all of the ones. I don't ever attend a meeting by myself without a trustee. Trustee McNaughton, the one who misses the most meetings, even goes to meetings with me. I have never attended a meeting with Trustee Consolino or Trustee Fialco. Never once. So we want to talk about who does how much work on this board. I'm sorry, but the right side's carrying the weight. I'm going to move on to consent agenda. K1, consider for the approval of the accounts payable for period of August 30th, 2024 through September 12th, 2024 in the amount of $213,894.93. 2, consider for approval a motion to accept a bid from Berry Landscaping, Inc. for the Mackinac Road Swale Drainage Project in the amount of $13,823. 3, consider for approval resolution number 24-16, ratifying and approving an agreement with the Creamery via Homer Stallions Youth Football and Cheer Organization to facilitate concessions on our premises for Homer Stallions Youth Football and Cheer events upon meeting at the Village and Health Department permitting, licensing, and other requirements for 2024 athletic season in the Village of Homer Glen. And 4, consider for approval a motion accepting the proposal for door systems of Naperville in the amount of $30,145. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Trustee McNaughton.
I'll second.
Trustee Stylen. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Fialco.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to O1. Legislation and action items. Consider a motion to approve the reimbursement of $1,000 to Lenny's Gas and Wash for fines paid, and to consider amending ordinance 19-043 to add language regarding enforcement and penalty of long-term parking violations. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Fialco, is there a
I'll second.
Trustee Mason. Trustee Fialco.
Yes, it was talked about a little bit earlier today. Back on October 23rd, 2019, ordinance number 19043 was enacted. And during that time, we do have the video if anyone wants to look at it. It's about 11 minutes long. I don't want to waste that time. We're pretty deep into our day already. But on October 23rd, 2019, right about at the minute marker, 1 hour and 11 minutes, it was agreed upon by the village to approve Lenny's Gas and Wash at Gauger and 159th Street. During that time, there was a condition set in there that no semi-truck trailers shall be parked long-term on the subject property. It wasn't defined there exactly. And then no long-term trucking sign with 1 hour parking limit shall be posted in the turnaround. In regards to the agreement and the condition, 6 signs were put up instead of 1. 2 tickets were given, one on October 25th, and the other one was on October 4th. One was dismissed, one they paid in agreement with the manager from the gas station that went there, not an attorney. Under zoning 220-1212 is where the fine was issued, it starts off, it's under compliance. So if under this compliance he didn't post the signs, he would have been in violation, and he could have got a fine for $25 to $1,000. Why the sheriff was sent there in the first place on private property when Lenny himself, his lawyer, and the other guy, the builder, was there, and Keith Gray, who was sitting in this seat, I believe, and Brian Buriam agreed that we don't have an ordinance to enforce the truck parking. At that time, Lenny had said that there was no money in it for him to take and to basically have trucks parked there. He don't want trucks parked there either. There's no reason, there's no money in it for them. So the trucks go there, they gas up, and sometimes they go, there's gaming over there, I'm guessing. Sometimes they play the games that are available there. But nevertheless, he did not violate anything. The thing, in the comparison I give to, is if you go to Jewel parking lot and it says no parking, fire lane, or you go to Kono's, you can't park in the fire lane, or you go anywhere, that would be in the agreement to post those same signs, but you don't go in and give the cashier a ticket or the front desk a ticket. No, or you don't send it to Jewel Corporate. You would give it to, if you could, you would give it to the person who took and had the violation. So without getting too much deeper into things, I think that under further review, I think that it's been agreed at Admin and Finance. Joe Baber said that he was in agreement that we should give this guy his money back, but he just wanted to go through the board. So I don't really want to tear it up too much further if I don't have to. I think we should have the integrity as the village and do the right thing and give this man his money back. Then we can come up with the ordinance that Brian Buriam and Keith Gray were talking about, and the mayor, George Yukich at that time, said during that video that we have no measure of enforcement yet. We would come up with it at a later date. So I just think it's us should be the big people, the village, and give the money back that was actually, the fine was created incorrectly, based that we don't have a parking ordinance to enforce that yet. Although at that same time, Lenny gave up that frontage part of his road too, of his business, to put our welcome sign to Homer Glen in there. So he's been very cooperative. He pays a lot of taxes, and this kind of came up just out of nowhere. And when I reviewed it, I just thought it was incorrect what we did. I'm not saying anyone was at fault, the village or him. I just think that once we come up with our ordinance to enforce it, that will be a better way to do it. In the meantime, I believe we should give the $1,000 back. And the only thing that did befuddle me, I'll use a George Thorogood word, is why we started off with a $1,000 fine when we had the option between $25 and $1,000. So if you go over there across the street, Thornton doesn't have the same rules, but that's Lockport. They don't have any signs posted there. And anyway, to a business, we want to encourage businesses to come into Homer Glen. We don't, when we first came in here, when I got involved, the village had a very bad, it's bad to do business with the village. Well, I don't want that to happen here. I don't want that to be what businesses think about when they come into Homer Glen. And I think working with this business, who has been very good to us, a lot of different ways, would be the right thing to do. That would be it for me.
Okay. Yeah. No, thank you.
But I just wanted to update everybody. It is a little lengthy. It could be longer, but that's the basics of it.
Trustee Mason?
Believe me, it can be a lot longer because we've been through it in A&F. I think about integrity, and I've known Lenny for a long time, and yes, we appreciate the business. I've known Lenny for probably 30 years. After our A&F meeting, myself and another trustee was asked to stay and watch the movie. I declined that day because it's illegal against the Opens Meeting Act. So I went on to my other meetings and did that, but there has been some politicking going on, and I'll address that later in the old business. But even this facility has given campaign contributions to some of the people on this board. I'm not opposed to giving back this gentleman his money, but I think he should have to do it with some conditions. Yes, there are some signs. I believe it was 4. It may be 6. Thank you. 6. I said it may be 6, and I didn't interrupt you. Bottom line, he did make an attempt. We should clean up the ordinance, but I think the signage needs to be a little more clear. Like maximum parking, 1 hour, violators will be fined and towed at owner's expense, $500, something like that. It gives you a clear indication that you cannot stay. We, the village, as you just mentioned in the opening, was that we can't really enforce. I can't call Will County. Will County can't sit there. How long has he been there? I think they need to have an SOP in place. And their standing operating procedure should be to have an agreement, show it to us. Once they have a standard operating procedure set up in place with a wrecking company, which is a tow company for semis, I'm sure the residents don't appreciate all that diesel and sitting there and backing up to their houses. So the onus really is on the owner to make that vehicle move. But let's say the wrecking company that they put the agreement in place is in Lockport or Bolingbrook or wherever, that's another half hour. So now that guy's got an hour and a half. If Will County goes in and tickets the guy, all he's going to do at that point in time is pull out, another guy does it, he doesn't know what happened to that guy. So the onus actually is on the owner to get clear, concise signage, and have some sort of, and again, I'm not opposed to giving back the business, the money, because yes, he got caught in a catch-22, but he has to help us help him. At the same time, put some clear, concise signage out there, sign a standard operating procedure to have a wrecker on retainer, bump the fine, make money to release the vehicle. They could split that revenue with the wrecking company. So this could actually be a money generator for them. Will County is very busy. We can't send them everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Trustee Cancelino?
Yes, I'd like to state for the record, I've never received any donations from Lenny's Gas and Wash. So I don't understand where that's coming from, but Madam President, would you please ask Director Baber, Village Manager Baber, when we were on public safety together, when I was chairing there, what the discussion was with enforcement, because I did send emails in regards to this, and what we had originally with Lieutenant Taylor in place about how we were enforcing. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't see those emails either. Joe, do you have any? What was the discussion from when you guys served on public safety together regarding the Trustee Cancelino's emails regarding this matter for Lenny's Gas and Wash?
Well, the only thing we had was the zoning, the PUD agreement with Lenny's was our avenue for enforcement there at the time. And like it's been stated, and I agree with Trustee Fialco, I think that we need to have a specific ordinance in place which addresses this particular situation with Lenny's.
With Lenny's specifically?
Correct.
Does that answer your question?
Will County was the one that they said that they were the ones in charge of enforcing it.
So, yeah, I have questions too on this, but I don't want to take.
But it did come up because we had people complain, as Trustee Mason had just pointed out, where they were like, residents were concerned. What if somebody's parked there all night? We have diesel. Because it came to me on both committees, because I sat on both committees along with the Community Safeguard Committee. I had 3 committees at the time. So yes, that was one of the issues that came about, where people were concerned about diesel, people were concerned about overnight parking, people were concerned about possible hookers. So these were those things, which never happened, but this is why Will County Sheriff's Department was supposed to be in charge of enforcing this ordinance, not us. Lenny was expected to put up his signs, which he did. This just never got more detailed, and I agree, this needs to be more detailed, and from what I'm understanding, he's willing to work with us on that, but I don't agree with the fine. If the fine is not what he did wrong, he was not there to enforce it, it's on the Sheriff's Department. So if it's on the Sheriff's Department, then let's write it in the ordinance. Dan can explain it better, because he's gone over it in A&F a few times, so. But I agree that he should be getting his money back.
Are you done? I didn't want to cut you off.
No, it's okay.
Trustee Stylen?
Yes, I'm pretty much in agreement with Trustee Mason. I'm not opposed to returning the money, refunding, whatever. But I do think there should be a condition involved. One, we need to work on our ordinance, but I think he needs to come up with something more to keep them from parking longer. I do think that the owner of the property does share in some responsibility. Maybe, you do have the towing sign, and if the truck is parked there for more than an hour and a half, he's getting towed. And then once that word gets out, I don't think that they'll be parking there, because it's pretty expensive to be towed and have your vehicle in storage and all of that. So maybe this needs to be tabled. I don't know, until we see something. Is somebody from Lenny's here?
No. Is anybody from Lenny's Gas and Wash here? No.
Yeah. So that's just my opinion, and I speak first for the residents. I do want to encourage businesses, but I do know that when that truck stop gas station was going in, that was a major concern of the residents in that area, that vehicles would be parked there for a long time.
Trustee McNaughton?
Yeah, thank you. I have no issue with reimbursement. I would like to make a motion to table with conditions. I do think there needs to be, after discussion, better signage, potentially a better operating procedure as well. Made a motion to table.
Is there a second to table?
I will second that motion.
Okay, so since we're in the motion to table, is there any discussion regarding tabling? But there's no discussion. I do have some questions though, because I didn't, oh, there's no tabling on this?
Oh, you could table it.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, but, okay. Madam Clerk, but I have questions still before we go to, if they table it.
You supersede. Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Okay. All right, so my questions are a couple of things. Number one, the ticket was written in October of '23. It was almost a year ago. That's number one. Number two, looks like there was 2 offenses, and the representative who came to the adjudication hearing agreed to plead guilty to one, or plead liable to one violation in exchange for dismissal of the other. So they should have received a $2,000 fine, but then agreed to a $1,000 fine in December of '23. So I'm confused as to why this is coming up almost a year later. That's my first question. The second question is, the violation wasn't because of a parking, it was because they were in violation of their PUD, am I correct? So it has nothing to do with, we're not comparing the same 2 things here. And lastly, I don't want to say where, but I know the Sheriff's Office, they have a contract with us to, patrol the village of Homer Glen, but when it's private property, it's something different. So I don't want to give away areas that, they can't patrol on private property, but is Lenny's Gas Wash, and I know the ordinance says that it's the Sheriff's Office responsibility, but since that's private property, who are the Sheriff's Office able to go on their property and ticket since it's private without, attorney, do you have an answer for that? Okay, I would like to ask the attorney first.
Okay.
Probably seems the best to answer that.
So the most common example of when that occurs is when a property contracts with a municipality to allow enforcement of either a village ordinance or Illinois Vehicle Code on their property. The second one would be what happened here, which is it's not a violation of a municipal code on parking or on vehicle code, for example. The allegation, as I understand it, because I met with Trustee Fialco last Friday, my understanding is the ticket was written for a violation of the planned unit development agreement, as Mr. Baber pointed out, and even though there's signage up, I don't know the allegations. Like you said, Madam Mayor, this case is almost a year old. I would have to talk to the hearing officer that heard the case. My understanding is there were 2 tickets issued, and there was a plea of liable to one of the 2 in exchange for dismissal of the other. I don't know whether there were allegations that the property owner was encouraging violation of the planned unit development agreement or not. I don't know. But certainly the idea of refunding the money is a policy decision of this body.
So my comments to that is, why are we bringing something up that's a year old? I mean, what's the rules? Can we go back 2 years? Can we go back 3 years? Can we just pick whoever we want, friends, family, whatever, whoever gets tickets, we can go back and just start handing back money? when they already agreed to the fact that they were guilty in exchange of the other? None of this is making sense to me, and why this is happening. Why is Lenny's Gas and Wash coming before us now when they pled guilty a year ago? Joe, do you have an answer to that? Who was this brought? It says it was brought before by you, so who?
Me.
Well, it says Joe Baber, so I'm gonna direct my...
Trustee Fialko brought this topic to me recently, and I didn't feel that because it was adjudicated and there was a decision made, I didn't feel it was my authority to refund the $1,000 to Lenny's Gas and Wash. I do, and I want to reiterate, there's been some talk of tabling this, that it's a decision of the board whether or not to refund the $1,000, and I think we need to reevaluate our ordinance in regards to parking on this property.
So adjudication, like a little judge was sitting here and people were sitting here and the guy came up, pled guilty, and the judge said, you're going to pay $1,000 and this board is going to consider giving a person their money back that he pled guilty to a year ago? Is that what you're asking me? Is that what you're saying? That's why we're here right now?
That's why we're here right now.
You
I don't
guys
feel it was
I mean,
my
obviously
authority.
I don't vote, but this sounds very strange
Convoluted.
to me, why this is coming before us now. But you guys are in a motion to table. So I'm going to have the Madam Clerk call the roll.
Yeah.
Let's just call the roll.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino. No. Trustee Fialko.
No reason for it.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries to be tabled till, we didn't set a date till when, so it's tabled.
Do we want to say tabled for how, to what meeting, or
It
how do you
wasn't
want to
made in
work?
the original motion, it was just tabled, so whenever it gets, whenever,
Should have been tabled.
when is it?
It should be
It'd
tabled
have
with
to be pulled
conditions.
from the
That's what His
conditions.
motion was. His
I'm gonna-
motion was tabled with conditions.
You didn't say that.
Yes, he
I
did.
had two conditions, bid of signage and reduction of bid operating procedures.
So that's documented, right?
Who seconded that motion?
I did.
Did you understand his motion to table with conditions?
I do.
Candace, can you,
And I
I'm sorry,
absolutely
Madam
agree.
Clerk, can you please reread the conditions?
I just said with conditions.
Okay. And you stated your conditions. Okay, are we
Can
all
I-
understanding? Trustee Stylen, did you understand what you were voting to?
Yes, I understood there were two conditions, better signage and a procedure thing from the owner.
Do I ask them too, because they voted no, or? No? Did you understand what you were voting to, Trustee Consolino? And Trustee Fialko, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, moving on. L2, consider approval, a motion to pull from the table HG 2416P. Now do I have to read this whole thing? This is different, this is new. Okay, A. Is there a motion to pull from the table, HG 2416?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Mason, is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Stylen, any discussion on pulling from the table? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Yeah, aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino. Aye.
Okay, B, this is written differently, so everybody understands. B, consider for approval an ordinance granting a parking adjustment for a reduction of 41 required parking spaces from 134 spaces to 93 spaces attributable to shared parking with the LFI Plaza for certain real property located in the C3 General Business Zoning District at 14059 South Bell Road, Homer Glen, Illinois, HG 2416P, with the following condition. 1, no additional parking adjustments are permitted for subject property LFI Plaza. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Mason?
I'll second.
Trustee Stylen? Trustee Mason?
Yes, I've talked to Trustee Reiners. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here tonight because she has a medical condition that's going on, but she definitely gave me all of her input. I've talked to Trustee McNaughton as well and Trustee Stylen. I think we're all pretty much in agreement. You know, we've talked about this in the past. There could be 8 more spots that were put there if they move the barrier. But I think with a subway is what this is, going in there, people come and go. As a director of sales and national account executive, I traveled, and especially on the Midwest, and when I would stop for a quick sandwich at a Subway, I was in and out of there in 5 minutes. I really don't think that it's going to compete with the parking spots, even for Tazas, let's say, or the other businesses in there, because they come and go so quickly. I think we should pass this with conditions, though. And the conditions are that we can go back at a later date if a different type of business goes in there. If some other sort of business that, because I don't want to lock in forever that we can't revisit this if that company moves out or that store moves out and another store moves in, and I don't know what type of store, a hardware store, where they're going to be in there for 45 minutes and park longer. That, I think, should have to come back in front of us. So if we're going to grant a variance, I think it should be done with conditions as well.
So Trustee Mason, are you changing your motion? But I mean, the attorney can talk about this if you'd like, but
yeah.
And I don't want to talk in front of everyone else, but typically when a bit, like, let's just say for an example, Taza, who's right next door, moves out, a new business would come before us again anyways. So we would be able to say, you know, now, because this business, if it's bigger than what Taza's is, we can then ask for more.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make sure that we're not locking ourselves or putting ourselves into a corner is all I want to do. A Subway's fine for this, and yes, ma'am, I understand.
Okay, Trustee Stylen, you were next.
Yes, I had the same concerns, and at the last meeting, this was tabled because of my concerns about the parking, because it is a big reduction, but Taylor had somebody go out and take photos at the times that were of concern, and it does look like there's currently enough parking. And my concern was if the businesses in that shopping center would change, how that would affect the parking, and I think the attorney just answered that, so I'm fine, thank you.
Trustee McNaughton.
No, ma'am.
Trustee Consolino.
I'm looking at the precedent that we set up a month ago where we took a non-conforming parking lot and gave it more non-conforming variances. So this is something that's going to make me look at every parking situation now. So how do you say no to one and yes to another?
Trustee Fialco.
All of us frequent that parking lot.
Trustee Fialco, would you mind turning on your microphone?
Thank you. All of us visit that parking lot for one reason or another. Every time I'm there, that parking lot is packed with people. The impact on the other businesses and it becoming a battle for parking spots based on if there's events that are held at Taza, which that can fill the whole parking lot up. I've been in a situation where I could not even park in that parking lot. I had to park behind in Home Depot's parking lot. So I know it would be easy just to say yes, but I think the long term, looking at the forest and not just the tree here, I support businesses. I like to see local businesses come in, and we support local businesses, but we're trying to squeeze another item in there when we've already got a tight, and it does change during different hours of the day. But we've got quite a few businesses in there. Rarely do you find an empty store there. And the traffic flow is different at different times of the day. Again, I just think this is not a good idea to impact the other businesses that are on that property that are used to having some parking available, especially when the conditions change and bigger parties are being held at for example, Taza's. So I don't see that this is a good idea myself. Thank you.
You're welcome. So I have just counted, there were roughly, and maybe I lost track, 43 photos that were submitted from parking from Friday from 4:30 p.m. all the way until, what's this, Saturday at 5:30 p.m. And out of all those photos I just named, there's only 2 photos where it shows that the parking lot has got a lot of cars in there, and it's not full because there's obviously still parking spots. And yes, we all do frequent that restaurant. Now I get to, or I'm sorry, that plaza. And now especially that Rosie and I get along, I tend there more frequently. And I've never had a problem finding a parking spot. So I mean, we must go at different times, Trustee Fialko, but these photos are taken at 4:30 PM, 7:20 PM, you know, another one 4:30. I mean, they're all different times, 11 AM, you know, 7 PM, and they're not full. So I don't see why not adding another business, why adding another business in this plaza would be a problem. I do agree that if something else comes about, like one business moves out and then we have to reevaluate depending on what business that it comes in. I did have a conversation with Trustee Reiner since her business would be most likely impacted on this, and she didn't even have a problem with it being there. So that's my 2 cents. Does anybody else have anything to add one more time around? No? All right, Madam Clerk, we doing it with this conditions? No. Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
No.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Motion carries. 3A, consider for approval, a motion to pull from the table the Village of Homer Glen Emergency Operations Plan.
So moved.
Trustee Mason? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Trustee McNaughton? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
No.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Motion carries. 3B, consider a motion to approve the Village of Homer Glen Emergency Operations Plan.
I'll make
So
the
moved. I'll second.
Trustee Fialko, Trustee Mason. Trustee Fialko?
Nothing.
Trustee Mason?
No, we were all given a fob and told to do our homework. Mr. Cussigan has been doing an outstanding job. We appreciate it. If he is at the podium, I'm okay with letting him elaborate on it, but I believe he broke out all the definitions of the new things that were added from page 124 to, or 120 through 154, I believe it was, out of 174 pages that he submitted to us. And I read through it, and it was not easy reading, but thank you for everything you do, and if you would like to add, please do so. It's up to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Trustee Stylen?
I think we're on,
Am I on the wrong number?
on L4, right?
3B.
Oh, 3B. Oh, I get it. Okay, because we removed it. No, I'm fine. I read through it and asked him about the changes, and it's just additions.
Trustee McNaughton?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Consolino?
No.
I don't think there's anything to say. We all did our homework, and I don't want to keep this meeting going, but you did a fantastic job. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Abstain.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you to the trustees who did their homework. L4, consider for approval a motion to pull from the table the mayor and the village board standard operating procedures number 017.
I'll make that motion.
I'll
Trustee
second.
Fialko and Trustee Mason. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino. Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Motion carries. 4B, consider a motion to approve the mayor and the village board standard operating procedures number 017.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Trustee Mason, Trustee Fialko. Any discussion? Trustee Mason.
No, this is something that needs to be done, and I don't know why we wouldn't.
Trustee Fialko.
Thank you, Ron Kuss, for going through this and putting this all together. I know it was a lot of work, and you did a good job, so thank you for that. Nothing else from me.
Trustee Consolino.
The only thing I'd like to request is that we possibly do, like I requested last time, a possible phone tree of who gets what messages and when, so that could be given.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
No, but this is what I had suggested last time, is that we kind of have a follow-up on this, where who's going to be contacted about what and who's going to do what.
So I'll just clarify that, just so you know. I believe we have that. I believe it's Ron, who, if he gets the information first, sends it to myself, Joe, and Trustee Mason, since he is on public safety, and then Joe would send it to the rest of the board members.
Okay, can we have that in writing?
I believe it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Did I miss anyone? No? I don't know. Again, thank you to the trustees who did their homework. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye. Motion carries. Number 5, consider for approval a motion to approve the Illinois Department of Transportation, IDOT, resolutions for improvement under the Highway Code for the resurfacing of various streets throughout the Village of Homer Glen as part of the village's roadway resurfacing program. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Mason.
Seconded.
Trustee Fialko. Trustee Mason?
Again, this is something that needs to transpire. I don't think we want to be hitting the potholes. Resurfacing is very important. I've been through a few tires myself this year.
Trustee Fialko?
Yes, this is an annual thing that we do. This is very common. We do it every year, and I'm in support of it.
Trustee Stylen?
No comments.
Trustee Consolino?
No comment.
Trustee McNaughton. Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 6, consider for approval an ordinance amending Homer Glen Village Code, Chapter 10, Section 10-4, relating to Plan Commission, Sections 10-5, 10-6, and 10-9, relating to standing committees, and amending standing operating procedure number 1. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee
I'll
Stylen.
second.
Trustee Mason. Trustee Stylen.
Okay, this came before A&F, but we didn't really discuss it in A&F since Trustee Reinders wasn't there. We thought we would just bring it to the board for discussion. I do have one question, and that's for under the mayor direct to board on page 1. The last item, it says new development tree preservation plan issues. And I'm just like unclear why that's mayor to board and why that just wouldn't go to the environment committee.
That is a fantastic question. Well, I did ask for all trees to be stopped right now. I mean, any tree removal. Maybe that's what it meant.
Well, I do
don't know.
appreciate that. So, I mean, maybe we put like one of the little asterisks there when
Was
it
that
goes
on
to
there
another
before?
committee.
Was that on there before?
I think it was.
Because it must have been, because there's
Yeah.
no, it's not blue or anything.
I
so
just think that's like circumventing something. I don't know. I just think that the environment committee would weigh in on a tree issue.
Taylor, do you have an answer for that?
Where is it on here?
Page 1, under mayor direct to board.
The very last sentence. Will it?
Yeah, I mean, certainly I think our environment committee is passionate about this, so I don't know if,
I'm fine with it going, there's no state statute on tree preservation, right? Okay. There is? Not this? Okay.
Trustee Consolino.
So you would like to, I should probably ask Trustee Consolino, would you like it
Well,
under? environment?
also considering with parks. So is parks okay with that?
Why don't, yes, Joe?
I mean, there are some things we should be working together with.
May I
All the
recommend that specific item, if that's the only thing, that it go under the Environment Committee and Parks Committee as a recommended item for review and then a recommendation to the board.
Okay.
So we can amend that, take that off of the mayor direct to the board and put it on a recommendation from either or both the Parks Committee and the Environment Committee.
Okay, so we'll keep that one in mind and keep going if there's more changes, and then this way we can do a motion all at once. Trustee Stylen, did you have anything else?
I'm trying to find it. Give me a second. Because where does it have the thing about chairs for the committees? That was in here, right?
I think that was right.
10-6.
I'm sorry. I should have marked it.
Trustee Fialko, I'm
Okay.
sorry,
I
what
think it
page?
was under membership. Okay.
10-6, about halfway down.
Yeah, and it says, okay, the village president shall appoint a village board trustee, staff member, or resident as the chairperson of each committee. And
I'm still,
on page, there's no page numbers.
yeah, there's no page number, sorry.
It's towards the back, second
Oh, I
page
got it.
from the back.
Okay, I see it. I'm sorry, Trustee Stylen, say that again?
Yeah, so on there it has, the village president shall appoint a village board trustee, staff member, or resident was added as the chairperson of each committee. I'm comfortable with the staff member or board trustee as the chairperson. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with just a resident.
I'm happy to answer that. So
Okay.
as you saw tonight, right, if every board member
I know.
decided, I don't want to chair anything, just like what happened today, what would I do? Put it all back on staff and then pay more salaries and throw more workload on staff? If there's a resident who's willing to step up where a trustee refuses, then I'm happy to do so. I mean, my hands would be tied.
All right. And as
that's
long
the
as that
reason why.
stays in here with the staff member shall be assigned to each committee as a liaison, I'm comfortable then.
Yeah, because just like behavioral health, if Trustee Mason decides to step down from that, how would I go about that, right? Trustee Mason?
Yes, ma'am. Trustee Stylen, myself, CJ again, and Rose had discussed this. We've been over this. May 22, June 12th, July 24th, today's September 11th. We went over it in A&F, and you bring up a good point. If chairs continue to step down, or if somebody feels they're not qualified to chair something, we have to have an alternative to be able to put somebody in there. I agree with Trustee Stylen that maybe that we need to have a trustee on, but they may not have to chair. So I think that's great, and I think you explained it well. So I'm okay, provided we're still...
Trustee Fielko, did you want to go?
Yeah, I think what we could do to resolve that problem would always be to switch that, just put the members of the village board having first option if they want it, and then if you can't get somebody to go on there as a member of the village board for that vice chair position, then we could go to the resident, but always give the village board members the first option for that. I think reversing that, would that help, Sue? Can we ask Sue?
I actually agree with that because, I mean, I was thinking that I would never ask anybody else but the board because I never thought for a minute that a trustee would not want to do their job and share
maybe it should say
something.
one members of the village
But
board,
since it's been brought up, yeah.
Second residents, just so there's given preference to the board or a trustee, however you want to put it, with first option, with the first option, then the resident second.
Can you point out what
I see what you're
sentence that
saying.
is?
What's that?
Can you point out what sentence you're like, because I'm trying to find it.
Let me count. On the bottom, without looking at 10-7, it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th line up, where it says, who shall be residents or members? It should say, shall be members of the village board or residents.
No, I don't think you're on the same.
Oh, me? Oh, yeah, I'm under Article 2, committees.
No, we're under 10-6 membership.
Second to the last.
Whatever, I think that sounds great, because I know exactly what you're saying,
I agree with Trustee Stalin that makes sense to do it that way.
Trustee Stylen, you made the motion, are you good with that, to
Yes,
change
I am.
that? Trustee Mason, you made the second, are you okay
I
with
am
that?
fine with that.
So we're going to change,
And I think the word first and second should be in there. You know, first, members of the village board, and/or second, residents. So we're very clear with what we're saying here. You know, you see what I'm saying? Where there can be no confusion at that point. One, the first option would go to the members of the village board. Two, the second option would be residents if you need to.
Well, if we're going to go that far, it first should be the village board, then should be staff.
we can't go back and forth, because I'm going to lose track, because I already forgot
Sue
to
didn't say anything
talk.
about staff.
I would, okay, whoa, point of order. It's
I would be
Trustee
okay with
Fialko's
that.
turn to finish. We're going to let you repeat what you just said.
Thank you. I would be okay with putting staff in there, however you wanted to wordsmith that into there, that would make sense. But so you're saying village board first, staff second, and then residents third for that? That's what you're saying?
Trustee Stylen made the motion, so I will wait for her reply.
Yeah, I think as long as, well, it's the mayor, as long as the president appoints a village board trustee or staff member first. I don't think that the board member has to be first before the staff member. It depends on the committee, I think.
Okay, so since everyone's just kind of talking out of order here, I'm going to jump in too.
I thought I was
It says the village president shall appoint a village board trustee and/or staff member
Yes. Yes.
with the right of first refusal, then a resident? Does that sound okay? I mean, we wouldn't.
Very reasonable.
Okay. But any more trustees drop out of committees, we're going to have to rethink this.
Yes, that'll give you that flexibility.
Okay. So we're changing that. So that's an amendment to the motion. And Trustee Stylen and Trustee Mason already agreed to that. So I have to do roll call for that? Madam Clerk, will you call the roll? To the amendment.
And the environment thing.
Oh, and is there any more changes to this while we're at it?
Nope.
No,
Trustee
I'm
Consolino?
in agreement with that, but I was skipped, so that's.
Yeah,
Can we-
Mr.
Can
McNaughton
we
was
say
skipped too.
how we want it one more time, because we said a few different ways? I just want to be clear as for Candace to be able to.
The village president shall appoint a village board trustee and/or staff member with the right of first refusal, and then a resident?
Yeah.
Before reaching out to a resident, whatever.
Yeah, prior to asking a resident to chair the committee. Did you get that? Clerk Bilski?
Just call the roll.
Okay. You want to call the roll now?
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
That's on the amendment. Motion carries on the amendment. Now we're going to do the roll call to approve as amended.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino. Trustee Fialko.
I'm going to say aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Motion carries. Number 7, consider for approval a motion to approve the payment of the Village of Homer Glen's July legal bills from Peterson, Johnson, and Murray in the amounts of $30,684.63. Is there a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee McNaughton?
I will second.
Trustee Mason? Trustee McNaughton, any discussion?
No, ma'am.
Trustee Mason?
No, we have talked to Joe. We know he goes through it. He does his due diligence on it. And a lot of these trustees put our legal staff to work continuously and then abstain. But I know we have a lot of things going on in our village. I know that it's just continuous, the stuff that goes on. We are the legislative branch. When we ask litigation to do something for us, then I'm sure they're expected to be paid just like I like to be paid when I do something. Thank you.
Trustee Consolino? Nope. Trustee Fialko?
You know what, even though the bills are expensive, we do have a lot of things going on with the village. Some are in executive session, other things are with local 150 issues going on. We did cover this in admin and finance as far as the budget. We do have our budget is $150,000 for the year, although I believe that was 2 meetings ago where we were told we were at $57,000. So I would just caution the board that we need to keep an eye on that, I guess. I'm guessing as we go into the winter months, things should be slowing down a little bit. But there are things that we need to get done. And I asked Joe Baber at Admin and Finance if he had gone through the bill, and as I always do, and he did. And like Trustee Mason said, if somebody's done the work, then we need to pay them.
Thank you, Trustee Fialko. Trustee Stylen?
Yeah, I have no comments.
I do. I appreciate all the attorney's hard work. I truly do. I do think the bills are high, but I understand that you guys do a lot of work. I would like to thank you guys for not charging us for the numerous amount of emails that you get from trustees investigating different matters. And, you know, I've never once seen any charge for that. And I'd like to point out that my name's not on this legal bill for not one time in this whole thing. So I appreciate
Point of order.
all of it. What's your point?
Point of order?
You
How
have
is
to
that
state
in
your
reference?
point of order.
How is that in reference
I'm
to the bill?
thanking the attorney for this.
You're thanking the attorney?
I'm thanking the attorney
With
for
all
not
that
charging.
commentary?
Excuse me, you answered?
You asked me.
I asked you what your point is. You asked me, how is it relevant? And I'm telling you what the relevance is. He has not charged you once for any of your hundreds of emails that you have sent, and I think that's great for him not
I just
charging
copy him.
for that. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Trustee Consolino.
No.
Motion carries. And number 8 was tabled, so we're going to move on to number 9.
Was removed.
I'm sorry, you're correct, was removed. Consider a motion to approve the village manager to engage the village attorney to assist the village residents along 143rd Street in filing motions to stay proceedings of any eminent domain lawsuits filed with Will County.
Madam Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, sir.
Just, this came up, the village procedure allows a single trustee, and I believe in this case there were two, to add an item to the agenda. However, this does create a little bit of kind of a unique position for the village attorney's office, which I wanted to just point out to the rest of the board. Madam Mayor, I would ask if you would call either a voice vote or a roll call vote on whether the village board majority wishes us as the village attorneys to waive privilege on this matter, because up until now, as Trustee Fialco pointed out earlier, a lot of the discussions we've been having about all litigation, but 143rd Street even in particular, were held in executive session as a strategic reason, so that our strategies involved in this matter would not be put out to the public. And I do understand, having met with Trustees Fialco and Consolino, they wish to start making these discussions public, and I appreciate that. I understand the position they're in. However, because it is a privilege that extends to the entire village board, I would feel a lot more comfortable professionally and ethically if you were to call either a voice or a roll call vote to see if the majority of the board wants us to waive that privilege.
So if I ask for that first, will there be discussion following?
Well, if the majority of the village board did not agree to waive privilege, then my recommendation would be to move the item to executive session. In speaking with Mr. Baber, there are two other litigation matters that are necessary tonight anyway, so we will already be going in executive session to discuss litigation. I just don't think I can agree to waive privilege voluntarily when basically 2/6 or 2/7 of the village board have asked me to do so.
So I understand what you're saying, but just so everybody else understands.
Yes.
You're asking if the board wants us to give confidential information on a game plan on our plan of attack for 143rd?
Right. Until now, if someone had asked a question, because everything is attorney-client privilege, we've been discussing strategy in closed session up until now. If the board wants to discuss it openly, it's certainly within your prerogative.
So I will consider a motion to do so. Is there a motion to waive attorney-client privilege for discussion of 143rd Street?
I'll make that motion because
Trustee, did you just make the motion?
No,
You
I'm
don't have
making
to
the
give-
motion with reason, and I
Okay.
have the right
What's
to
your-
say so. There's nothing in this conversation that would be needed to go into executive session. You even agreed to that in our meeting.
I did, and I've said that a couple times previously, that things that can be in executive session don't have to be, but because...
Right. Okay, I just want to be clear with you.
Right.
There's nothing privileged.
Can I second that so I can?
Is there a second, Trustee Mason?
Yeah.
Do you have a reason?
The reason is because I want to have some clarification too, because after A&F, we had some discussion on this, and I worry about standing. Because the village, there's a couple things that I have here. So the village really doesn't have standing, the residents do. And the attorney, and I thought about this, works for the village. He does not work for the residents. And if we complain about the village bills with litigation and legal every meeting. And we get some that abstain, deny, and here we go again now where we want to take the attorney who works for the village, give him to the residents, which I don't think that we can. I just sat and thought about it, and you can clarify this for me. But if I went in front of, if you went in front of a judge today, Mike, and said that, hey, look, I want to make sure that 143rd doesn't go, he's going to tell you you don't have standing because you're the village and you are not a resident. Am I correct?
Well, I certainly share your, I'm sorry.
No, well, I was just going to say, I think we're in the, I think you were seconding a motion, and you were giving...
Well, I did it so I could speak up.
Point of order, everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you were making a motion and gave a reason, a little extensive of a reason, but we're in a motion of a reason. So now that the motion is made to waive privilege, now we have to do discussion or roll call? Discussion.
Yes.
Okay, back to Trustee Fialco, who made the motion.
Yeah, well, our discussion that we had in A&F in this subject matter, I think just will provide a lot of clarity to the public. We have a lot of pressure from the public. This has nothing to do with the original lawsuit that is going on between the Will County board members and the that would be Jennifer Bertino Tarrant, that lawsuit, it has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with another avenue that we can explore to help the people on 143rd Street. And at a minimum, I think it needs to be discussed. It has nothing to do with the present lawsuit at all. Matter of fact, we talked about that at length, and I think it's worthy of discussion to put the clarity out there for the folks that are on 143rd Street that expect us to do something. So that would be...
You're done? Trustee Mason, back to you.
I apologize, Madam Mayor,
Thank you.
for seconding so I could get my point out, 'cause sometimes I don't. You already have it. I just...
You had a question for the attorney.
Yeah, and I've been wrapping my head around it. Again, Mike, as you heard, do we have standing? Could you, will you have standing if you got in front of a judge? Because otherwise we're wasting money again. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be a workshop or something where we could help to advise. And Trustee Stile and I talked about this, and we're wrapping our heads around it, trying to figure it out how we can do this. I know tomorrow there is a decision being made at the Will County level, I believe. So we'll know a little more tomorrow.
So I'm going to step in for a second. So again, we're in the motion to waive attorney-client privilege. We're not in the motion of number 9. So we're in a motion.
Did I jump ahead?
So yeah, Mr. Carroll stopped me before a motion could be made for 9 and interjected with a motion to waive attorney-client privilege. Right. Now, the degree of what he may or may not say, or the degree of what the privilege is here, is up to you guys. I mean, it's up to the board. I mean, are we going to just spill the beans and everything? And then if that's the case, okay, then you know, that's what we do. I don't recommend that, but I do think a discussion, which could be had in number 9, would be great. I do understand that residents want to know what we're doing. Trust me, if I was over there, I'd want to know what we were doing too. But then there's chances that a resident may not be on our team and may go share information with the enemy or the opponent or what we're trying to do. So that's where it kind of goes like this, right? I would love to sit here in this room and shut the doors and turn off the microphones and have a discussion with the residents, say, okay, this is, you know, who's on first? This is what's on second. You know, like I would love to have a game plan. I just don't know if that is the right thing to do. But again, we are in a motion to waive attorney-client privilege. Trustee Steilen, do you have anything on attorney-client privilege?
Yes, I do have a question. Would you be able to do a workshop without attorney-client privilege, waiving it?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I think we could. I mean, I just wanted to be clear. The only reason I brought this up is because I started thinking about this since I met with the 2 trustees and Mr. Baber on Friday, and I've been asked by a minority of the board to talk about an item that we've discussed at length that is privileged. And so we can talk about that in open session. You could always waive privilege. But yes, there would be things we could do, and if you look at the wording of number 9, if you decided to waive privilege, or if you decided not to, and then move it to executive session, Mr. Baber and I, with the advice of the 2 trustees that we met with on Friday, have drafted this language fairly broadly to allow us to not set precedent that some of you had asked about with regard, or Trustee Mason mentioned about getting in the habit of paying for private litigation. But yes, we could do a workshop to advise residents without waiving privilege, yes. Privilege talks about strategy and other things that we have all talked about as a group multiple times since this lawsuit began. And I do agree with Trustee Fialco. This has nothing to do with the executive versus commissioner's lawsuit. This is something separate, but we have discussed our options based on that lawsuit multiple times since.
Is that all, Sue? Or Trustee Steilen? I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I would just add that, you know, without knowing what privilege would be waived or revealed or whatever information would be revealed, I can't just give a blanket waiver.
Thank you. Trustee Consolino?
I don't see what the strategy would be of divulging any privilege by what we're looking at tonight. I would like a better explanation of that.
I agree with you. I would too. Is that it? Mm-hmm. Trustee McNaughton?
He said it, is it?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm all for supporting the public around 143rd Street. Excuse me, I know tomorrow we have an important decision coming out. around that. Supporting the community, whether that be, fiscally with representation on behalf of the village. I'm concerned about waiving privilege. There needs to be clear lines between church and state. Could potentially open us up to further litigation and costs. So if there was a way around a public workshop or a way for us to help support the community with those clear lines between church and state, then I would be for that. I'm open to doing anything we can to help on 143rd Street.
I agree with you. I'm sorry, Trustee Fialko gave me a ginger snap thing, and I think he tried to kill me.
It's very warm.
But I believe that I did ask for a workshop on this matter, like right when this came forward, it was 7-8 months ago. And I continued to ask, continue to ask for workshops on this, but after understanding why we couldn't have a workshop, but now that the decision is going to be made, hopefully tomorrow, and now that the clarification that the township is not in the lawsuit, that the county is, it'd be nice to have a workshop with the township on this to understand and wrap our heads around some things that they can do, we can do, who has standing, who doesn't have standing, all that we can. It would be nice, and invite the residents or not. Okay, Trustee Fialko shaking his head. Okay, or whatever, we can do whatever, but we're in the motion to waive privilege.
Actually, so can you just explain something to me? That wasn't the motion.
Yes, it was. The motion was to waive attorney-client privilege.
Right, but the motion was to suspend the attorney-client privilege, which isn't in the motion. And it was created by the attorney that's not in the motion. Now, if I could, and I'm okay with that, but the thing is, what we'd be talking about here tonight has nothing, as you reiterated, it has nothing to do with the lawsuit that's going on currently. It is not, there's nothing to hide with this. There's nothing to, it's about the stuff that we talked about and what we could possibly do. It's not giving away secrets. It's not talking about strategy. It's none of that. So this would just open the conversation. If after the conversation it led to another workshop on this item, I could see that. But to put it behind closed doors for no reason, I don't see why we just don't move forward and have the conversation. Let the attorney kind of talk about what we talked about on Friday, which really isn't, there's nothing that I heard that should be held in executive session at that meeting.
So, Trustee Fialko, you've been to some of the executive session meetings that we've talked about 143rd. You never heard of anything in those meetings that we should keep to ourselves, that we don't want the county to hear?
You're misunderstanding. I'm saying the motion here has nothing to do with that. The answer to your question,
but you made the motion.
In executive session, though, you said executive session. That's about the lawsuit. This is not about the lawsuit. This is completely something different. As the attorney said, it's something different than what we're talking about in an executive session. And that was brought up. So, I mean, the thing is, I think it's a good idea to get the conversation started with this, and the attorney gave a great explanation on Friday, and I wish to share that with the public and this board. If the board wants to continue on after that with something else, or they don't, we can make the decision at that point.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying now, but that's not how I read it. I was lost for a minute there, because it does say any eminent domain lawsuits filed by Will County. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to the attorney for 1 second, just.
Okay, since it's kind of basically turned into a discussion, I want to read the motion for us. Consider a motion to approve.
That's not the motion in front of us.
But before we get to that, okay, because this is going to be the motion, regardless. It's based on considering a motion to approve the village manager to engage the village attorney to assist the village residents. This is engaging. I don't see any definitive actions in this. So this is where I don't understand when you're saying that we're going to divulge executive session conversations. We're not. This is just engaging. So I'm very confused on where this keeps coming up, that we don't want to divulge client privilege. There's no privilege being discussed here. What's coming before us is just to engage from the village manager to the attorney about looking into assisting village residents. That's it. And we're looking for is if it goes in that direction, if in filing motions to stay proceedings of an eminent domain lawsuit filed by Will County.
I understand what you're saying. So when I read that, that was the motion I read and how I understood it. But then there was a superseding motion or a motion that stepped in to waive the attorney-client privilege,
Interceded.
right? But from hearing what he just said, I think there was some confusion on our lawsuit, helping the residents, or Will County's lawsuit. I think
we don't have a lawsuit.
Trustee Consolino, you're right, neither does the township, but the county does. And that is why I said maybe the rest of us, the township and the county, can work together on what we discuss in executive session. However, the motion is here. It's a simple misunderstanding. As I read it, and there was an interjection, I think there was some confusion on what was going to be discussed. So the motion, though, was made, and that's why I questioned. Does that mean you're going to give information we discussed? I believe I said that out loud, and the answer was yes. That's where the confusion came in. So Trustee Fialco made a motion to waive attorney-client privilege, meaning the stuff we discussed in executive session. Okay. So if we don't want to do that, then the answer to the motion would be no to the motion. Since there's a motion on the table to waive attorney-client privilege, and everyone understands that now, and then we'll reread number 9 and go back to what you're saying, which I agree with, then we can move on. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, okay.
So what we are voting on is not 9, but the motion about waiving attorney-client privilege, just verifying that.
Correct.
So- and we-
Can she retract her motion? I don't even know who made it. Oh, Fialco and Mason made it.
The motion was to waive privilege. We have-
Yeah.
So
Do we
that's
wanna
the
vote
motion,
on it, or do you wanna
that's the
retract your
motion that
motions?
we're voting on right now.
Do you want to
I
vote or
don't know
retract?
how much we're really waiving attorney-client privilege stuff with this conversation. In my conversation with the attorney on Friday, nowhere do I think it would be a problem in my guesstimate from being there. But I would just like to, can we call the vote?
That's what I'm asking, but I was asking you if you
I would
wanted to
like to
retract
call.
your vote or if you,
No.
or your motion. Okay.
Call the vote.
Madam Clerk, please.
Trustee Fialco.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
I don't think we can at this time, no.
Trustee Stylen.
No.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
No.
Motion fails. So now we're moving on to number 9. Consider a motion to approve the village manager to engage the village attorney to assist the village residents along 143rd Street in filing motions to stay proceedings of any eminent domain lawsuits filed by Will County. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Trustee Consolino and Trustee Fialco. All right, Trustee Consolino.
Nope. There's nothing else to say on this one.
Trustee Fialco.
Nothing else to say.
Trustee McNaughton.
No, ma'am.
Trustee Mason.
Yes, it goes back to what Trustee Stylen and I said. Is there a way that we can do a workshop? If there's a way for us to do a workshop, and we're going to know so much more come tomorrow, and if we pass this tonight, maybe we can put it on the next agenda to actually start the process.
Sorry, I apologize
It's all right.
for my rudeness.
We've had some trustees talk 4 times on one topic, so I get it. What I was saying is, we're going to know so much more tomorrow, the 12th. And I am with Trustee Stylen, and again, I've talked to Trustee Reinders and Trustee McNaughton, and we want to help, we want to assist, and if we can get a workshop for the residents to assist, then I'm all for that. That's all I have, ma'am.
Okay, Trustee Stylen.
Yes, so when I read this, it doesn't really say how the attorney is going to assist the village residents in filing these motions and stays, and is that going to be one-on-one, individually? What would that cost? What would the time be? And that's why I thought, like, you bring them all in, this is what's involved, this is how you go about getting a stay, and the attorney can give some kind of instructions and direction, but he's not doing like a one-on-one with each resident. And so this wording here is just a little bit too loose for me.
I have to agree. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done, thank you.
Who came up with this motion? Just, Joe, it says you. Okay, the four of you. Okay, because the supplement sheet says one thing, and then my agenda says something different, because when we were talking about this has nothing to do with the lawsuit filed by the county commissioners against the county executive, that's exactly what it says in L9's supplement sheet. So, but then this one doesn't say that. It just says of eminent domain lawsuits filed by Will County. Now, is the county filing eminent domain lawsuits against the residents? Or, I mean, like, what is, I don't understand where this is. The attorney, yes, I'm sorry.
So, Madam Mayor, the conversation that was had without waiving any privilege was about the county's efforts to still communicate with village residents. We cannot stop that communication. So there was a discussion about what might be capable from the village attorney's office to assist residents. We intentionally, to address your concern and Trustee Stylen's concern, drafted this language very broadly because there are a whole number of options that might be available to us. And questions like Trustee Mason's question about standing are all things that would require waiver of privilege. So there are a lot of things involved that might happen, and that's why we drafted this broadly, but without waiving privilege based on the vote on the last motion. I really can't get further into it than that.
Okay, so my question would be, so say we have 20 residents that are sitting before us and the county's coming after them for eminent domain process. You, as our village attorney, will advise them, and I'm just guessing here, on what to do. You're not becoming their personal attorney. The village isn't responsible for those fees, but if you're advising them, who's paying you?
So based on the conversations I've heard tonight, and I would certainly speak with yourself and Mr. Baber about this, what I would feel comfortable doing is if the village wanted to set up a workshop, I'd be happy to attend that workshop and provide information to the residents. If the residents have attorneys representing them, if the county were to file, as this motion is drafted, an eminent domain lawsuit, I would be comfortable taking a call from any attorney like I do anyways. Anytime an attorney is before the planning commission or other issues with the village, we get those calls all the time. Beyond that, again, I can't go further into detail. I certainly wouldn't get involved in litigation because that's not what this says. It's to assist them. But that could take any range of things, and without getting into waiving privilege, I think I touched about it as much as I can.
Okay, but if a resident, you said with an attorney, you'll take an attorney phone call, but if a resident doesn't have an attorney, would you take a phone call from a resident?
Well, that gets into the issue that Trustee Mason raised, and there's a resident in this village, I'm not going to name, that emails me every single day, and I keep having to tell this resident, I'm not your attorney, I'm the village's attorney, so please contact Mr. Baber. And so, no, a resident cannot engage the village attorney's services. There, depending on what the issue is and how much money is involved, the mayor, the village manager, or a majority of the board can engage us, and that's it. But beyond that, if the board were to give this guidance that they wanted us to assist, that would, I think, cover the issue of picking up the phone if an attorney that represents one of the residents called me to kind of give them our thoughts on this. But when we get into all the other issues that have been raised, like standing, et cetera, that's where we're getting into privileged communications that I really can't touch upon yet.
Trustee Mason had their hand up, yeah.
Did you have some?
Yeah, it's directed at the village attorney. I know Mr. Baber submitted this. Are you comfortable with the wording as it is?
Answer? Yeah, again, there was some conversation between the four of us on Friday, and we kicked around a bunch of different ideas, and that's what I was talking about, Trustee Fialko, about privilege, because I did give you my legal opinion on several issues regarding this 143rd Street project that are attorney-client privileged. So what I try to do is understand the pressure that the village board is under from their constituents, kind of all wrapped up with everything else that's going on legally with the one lawsuit that's pending and then the threat of potential eminent domain at some point. And we tried to draft something that would allow us enough leeway to do something to help the residents without getting into a situation where we're now committing large resources to get into private litigation, which is a bad precedent to set.
Good. If you're comfortable, I'm very comfortable doing anything we can to support the residents.
Trustee Mason?
Yeah, so it goes back to my initial concern, which is I didn't think that the lawyer could engage the entire village, and what would our bill look like? It would be astronomical. So I'm all for this. If we could do a workshop, and maybe we can pay for the one workshop as the village, because I don't think it's fair to everybody in Homer Glen to pay for, I'm not 90 residents, 100 residents, 200 residents, but I think if he can advise, if we could do a workshop, if he could send them in the right direction, I'm all for that.
Trustee Considine.
So the purpose and the idea behind this was to get some type of action other than the word monitoring. That's what everybody has, that's where the anger, the angst, whatever you want to call it, is coming from. So instead of monitoring, instead of paying village attorneys to monitor, I think doing something that is far more proactive, and I'm not opposed to a workshop. And I don't think our residents would be opposed to a workshop. There has to be some sort of alternative to say, okay, we're not just sitting here watching TV idly by, because the inevitable will occur. So the request for this, and I understand why they had to go so broad with it, we're not asking to divulge anything that, but I still don't see what we had that was so secretive. Do you understand? I didn't see that at all. So yes, so what we talked about on Friday was giving the best options possible to the residents. If they have to take it upon themselves, then they have to take it upon themselves. But don't lead them on to think that we're doing something to stop this, because we weren't. There was nothing in our power that we were doing from behind the scenes to stop or put an injunction in. So that's where we came up with the ideas. What was the thing that you, Trustee Fialco, had suggested was the TRO, and so our attorney had suggested that this was possibly an option to look at with the eminent domain, because they're still receiving eminent domain offers. And they're receiving eminent domain offers, which I've been informed numerous times, for just pennies on the dollar, and it's for the entire property. It's not just for a little piece. So I feel that it's very important that we try to be more advocates for them in some fashion, in a way that we can. I'm not asking us to spend millions of dollars. We've been spending money on this for a year now. So I would rather it go to something that would be more productive and helpful to the residents, because otherwise they're going to continue to come back here, meeting after meeting. It's not going to change.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to touch on a few things. So a resident once upon a time came before the board and said, a committee or a subcommittee would be a great idea. And I literally pondered that for quite some time before and after that comment was made. The fear of that was, I got burned once by giving some information out about a road, and I didn't want to give this village and put the residents at risk of being burned again. So the committee thing is great. I love the idea if residents want to help do the work to save this road. I think that's a great idea. But I also think this board, every single one of you, need to step up and assist on doing this, because I keep hearing that the attorneys aren't doing anything, but they are. And the word monitoring is just a word. They are doing things. You just said we're paying bills to have the attorneys do this for a year. I don't think they're charging us just to read and follow a lawsuit. They're actually doing things to see different avenues of it. I've talked to Mr. Carroll and Mr. Pasquinelli and Paul O'Grady several times, but I feel like I'm the only one always doing all of the work, and I don't even get to vote. I don't know how many meetings you've attended about 143rd Street, or how many of you guys have besides executive session, but I've attended many. So I think it's very important that it'd be great to have this whole board work together on 143rd. That's what we need, that's what the residents need, that's what the residents want, and we have to do that. We have to do this. The other thing is, you said that we're making promises that we have something in our power. There's no promise that anything's going to happen. I keep saying, I can't promise you that this road is going to be saved. Our opportunity went out the window when all that talking back and forth happened. So I'm trying to get that back. I'm trying to get that trust back, but it's kind of hard when there's a lawsuit going on. So we're waiting to see what happens to tomorrow. But yes, I have asked for a workshop for a year. I'm glad you guys brought it forward, so it is pushing a workshop. I do agree and think it's great if you can do a workshop and help these residents get in the right direction, and that will help with standing and all that other stuff that we talk about in executive session. So does anybody have anything else to say on number 9?
I do want to say, I'd like to add that it more than likely is going to be continued.
What's going to be continued?
What goes on tomorrow.
And it probably will, but I don't want that to stop the workshop. I want to keep going. I want to have the
That's what I
workshop.
mean. There has to
Yeah.
be some type of action, and that's what this is the best alternative for us to start looking at along with the workshop.
Okay, Trustee Simon.
Yeah, and I just want to say, in planning the workshop, the attorney can let us know what kind of information he might want to divulge to the residents. So we could waive the privilege then with that information. So that is why I was opposing that first, but I do like the idea. And I do think people are doing things beyond just monitoring this situation.
Yeah.
So I do take a little bit of offense at that. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Fialko.
Right here, just to get back to what the motion was, this has nothing to do with the lawsuit. And I know that whatever monitoring was said or whatever, the monitoring has nothing to do with what the motion was here. We kind of picked this apart and went all over the place. And technically, it was just about possibly a TRO involved with this, or whatever the lawyer could talk about that would be available. And then we could have we basically had the whole discussion without even making the motion on it. So I guess at this point, we've talked about everything anyway, but to just clarify things one more time, it had nothing to do with the lawsuit. And executive session from what's going on with the main lawsuit that's going on. It had everything to do with the TRO and eminent domain and the things that Will County are doing. I know that the way it's drafted two different ways.
Right, so how do I know which one it has to do with?
That wasn't the way it was drafted when we had our conversation. Matter of fact, Mike gave the words to Joe as how to create it. That was a conversation that we had, and I think the closest one is the one that's actually on the supplement sheet, not the agenda
That
itself.
says lawsuit filed by the county commissioners against the county executive? That
Well,
one?
okay, then it's 9. It's what's on the list was closest to what we
say.
talked
What it
about. I'm sorry.
says.
They're two different things, and that was, I don't know whose fault that was. I don't want to blame anybody, but it's good that we're opening up the conversation. If you want to move it to a workshop, the workshop we weren't talking about a workshop for the lawsuit that's going on, though. We're talking about a workshop for something completely different, and I think that's where we got lost in the conversation here. But anything good is good that we talk about 143rd Street to help our residents that are very concerned about that whole project, and I think any type of information we can give in a workshop, and if we're going to have a workshop and you have to say the attorney-client privilege that we'd be giving up to some degree based on your discretion would be a good idea. Other than that, and we can leave that up to you as to what you think we should and should not say, but having that workshop, I think I was hoping, in the end, I was hoping that that's what would come out of this. But
Okay.
I just want to make sure we're clear that it's
Right,
not
but
about the
right.
lawsuit.
Well, it's hard to be clear on that when it
I
says
know.
it here. so-
I get you.
Okay.
Others have been like that.
So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Trustee Consolino.
Aye.
Trustee Fialko.
Aye.
Trustee McNaughton.
Aye.
Trustee Mason.
Aye.
Trustee Stylen.
Aye.
Motion carries. Old business. Any old business?
Go first.
Trustee Mason?
Yes, ma'am. Earlier tonight, I was basically accused of politicking up here. I have never politicked. Trustee Consolino had asked for the 143rd, which I found ironic, to be on the agenda the last time, and then gives us 15-minute notice that she's not going to be here. I had no idea that Dan had turned 65. So I apologize for that, Dan. I apologize, Trustee Fialko.
Well, I'll accept your
I apologize for that, Trustee Fialko. Happy birthday. Trustee Consolino constantly seems to me to try to build a perception, and it seems like more for the township, like she works there and not with the village. I want to work with everybody, but it seems like she's trying to build a case or perception against you, Madam Mayor. She does not give you a chance to do your job.
I'm going to call point of order real quick.
Yep.
I'm going to call point of order on everybody. Let's not do personal attacks.
Well, I just want to, I want to set the record
In old
clear.
business. I understand you want to set the record clear, but if you're going to make a statement saying that you have been accused of things,
Well, all right.
that's one thing, but
I'll
please
move
don't
in
call
a
a
different
trustee
direction
out.
like I
Thank
did
you.
last time before I got accused of
Thank you.
politicking.
Thank you.
I just know that some trustees on this board reach out to legal regularly and do not want to pay their bills. If I put a roof on your house, I want to be paid for it. If I do your sidewalk, I want to be paid for it. If you ask me for a service, I want to pay you for it. And I just feel that sometimes this board, yes, should be getting along and we should be uniting, but we're not. And we're not because of the constant attacks in those directions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Trustee Consolino?
Yeah, I have a few things. I didn't mention Trustee Mason's name, even though he stated that I did, what I'd said earlier. So I'd like to correct that. I'd also like to state that I copy things to the attorneys because I have an EEOC complaint against board members of the Village of Homer Glen for harassment. So I do that to protect myself and other things that have been attacked. Now, you said, you know, the mayor pointed out about my absences, 9 of which, you know, would be factored into the 11 executive sessions that I've missed. But that doesn't include after we've sat here for a 5 to 6 hour meeting, why I would leave early sometimes when I have to work and get a child to school, because other people have done it too. And it's just odd that you didn't give the amount of executive session meetings that Clerk Bielski or Trustee McNaughton missed. You only gave mine. So I kind of feel like that was electioneering against me. And the comments about the township are ridiculous because I'm never over there, so I don't understand. I don't even go to their township meetings because, again, I don't have time. So, you know, everyone wants to talk about electioneering. You know, what I read about 9/11, the idea was to be more compassionate on here and stop politicking. If people could be compassionate and not make nasty comments or mock me if I cough on the board because I have bronchitis, you know, or make digs at Trustee Fialco that he talks too long, you know, this kind of crap that goes on habitually on this board, you know, and why? Because we never call it out. So, you know, it's getting monotonous. People are tired of it. People do watch the board meetings. So the condescending attitude, I'd say it's far worse from that side of the room than it is on this side. So I can take the hits. I know this is electioneering 101. It's what you're all going to do. That's not for me to judge. It's actually for the public to judge. But you do have to have proper decorum. And that's what Trustee Fialco and I always try to do. So I kind of pride myself on that. Because there's plenty of things that I should say that I don't. But, you know, there's tit for tat. And it does need to end because we don't get it. There's nothing that I've seen productive in the past year and a half on this board. And I can say plenty of things that Trustee Fialco and I did. And I'd also like to, in defense of Trustee Fialco for not wanting to be on a committee. You know, I was on 3 committees when former trustee Beth Rogers did her last 2 years. She missed 17 board meetings. And she didn't do a committee for the last year. And that's when Trustee Fialco took over for Homerfest. So there's your precedence. And it's not in the ordinance that he has to be on a committee. You know, it's just pointing these things out. So, and what also didn't get brought up was how many committee meetings people attend. Because you want to go after me for not coming to executive session and whatnot, and you didn't count Trustee McNaughton, and you didn't count Clerk Bielski's attendance at those exec sessions, but you didn't factor in how many committee meetings he's missed, or that the clerk is not on any committees. So you have to be fair when you're going to go cherry pick. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Trustee Consolino. Was there any more old business?
From me, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna, do you have old business? You said you're done with old business?
No, I said I do have, I never said anything about old business yet. I know that the subject about electioneering has come up a couple times. Trustee Mason, if you were listening closely, The attorney said he leaned over to the mayor and they were about to stop you. So that confirms to me that you were electioneering. I'm not making that judgment. I'm going by the conversation that happened today. We shouldn't be doing that. None of us should be doing that. In the comment that was made about Lenny's Gas and Wash and a donation, somebody made that comment 2 years ago, and I had that conversation publicly with them, and it was debunked. There was no donation made to myself or Jennifer Trustee Casalino that I know of, but I do know, and this is no shot at the law firm, but Peterson, Johnson, and Murray did make donations to your campaign. And also, the lawyer, Mike Carroll, that sits on the board, sat on the board for Orland Township, or for the Village of Orland Park. And the other lawyer is the trustee of Orland Township. So, Paul is. So I mean, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole all the time. I wish that you didn't bring up these kind of things because I don't want to have to defend.
Point of order.
I don't want to have to defend myself or anybody else. But once it's put out there, it has to be addressed a little bit, and it's not fair. And sir, I apologize for saying that.
Point of order, do not tell me to shut up.
Nobody said shut up.
You just did. You just
But
Point of order. Trustee Fialko, please carry on.
So I would like us as a board, the bride side, the groom side, however you want to look at it, to get along a little bit better by not throwing those disparaging things out there for them to have to be answered. And we should get along better as a board. And I think if you refrain from doing that a little bit better, that we might not have these things to come up this way. So let's try to get along a little bit better, please. We have the work of the village to be done, and that's what we should focus on. As far as being a chair on a committee, Beth, that is true. Beth Rogers wasn't on a committee her last year that she was here, and she quickly got rid of Homerfest. That's when I took it on in July of 2021. I didn't complain about all that work and all the days and every day. My weeks throughout the year were very busy. It isn't just about the committee. Do I do that when you're talking? No. Do I do that when you give your Wikipedia history lessons?
Okay, point of order again.
He's going like this. So you're still doing it again, though.
You guys, we're grown men.
Yeah, so
What is happening here?
So please don't do that. And respect me while I'm talking.
You know what? I wasn't doing it, so I'm tired of this.
Point of order. Point of order. Trustee Fialko, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So anyway, we should be getting along, and we should do the work of the village, and we should all try and get along and get things done. I don't want to have to do these things and go over stuff like this. But as far as my days missing that was brought up, again, I missed 4 days, yes. I've been here for 3 years and 4 months, and I can tell you I've missed very few meetings. For the 4 that I missed for this time, I just want to tell everybody, I was on vacation in October, I was on a cruise in January, my anniversary fell on the 27th of March, and my birthday fell on the 28th of August. And so I apologize for not making it for those 4 days. But nevertheless, that would be my comments for executives, or for old business, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Trustee Fialko. Of course, it's got to be my turn. All right. Trustee Consolino was correct. I did skip over executive sessions because I wasn't going to even bring it up, but since it was questioned, I mentioned it. I will go over executive session just for the record. Trustee Mason, you didn't miss an executive session. McNaughton missed 11, Consolino missed 11 and left again 4 early, came late to 2. Trustee Reinders missed 1. Trustee Fialko, you missed 4. Ms. Bilski missed 5 and left 7. And Sue, I'm sorry I didn't have yours, but I'm assuming you missed 1 if you missed 1 meeting. And I missed 1. So just for the record, since everyone wants to be on attendance, and I didn't go through committees because If you guys are getting your committee work done, good for you. If you're not, then, I mean, I'll hear about it later on. There was a discussion about personal attacks, guys. I mean, we do, look, I get attacked every single day on Facebook, over and over, and lied about repetitively, over and over. I don't care. I don't care what people say about me. It doesn't bother me. But this banter back and forth, it really needs to end. One thing I found so funny tonight was that there was a report on 9/11 and how we should all work together, but in the 2 minutes later, it was a personal attack all on me again. So what we say we want everyone else to do, we must do. And if someone's going to sit up here and say they keep decorum and they don't politic and that they are Miss Perfect, I can't. That is the biggest lie I ever heard in my life. Welcome back. So there was another comment saying that Trustee Mason was electioneering. No, he was heading in that direction. We didn't say he was electioneering. We felt that he was, just like I feel other members on this board continuously electioneer with their 20-minute reports and so on. Trustee Fielko, I agree with you. I do think you want this board to work together. I've had many and multiple conversations with you about working together. I do truly believe that you want that. I believe other board members as well. Look at Trustee Reinders and I. I mean, if the two of us can do it, I guarantee anybody in this room can do it. So, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I am asking for this board to have decorum from here on out at every single board meeting.
Thank you.
No interruptions. I get it. It's frustrating. I get it the most. I understand. But just ignore them. Just like your mom and dad's taught you when you were little kids, ignore them. You know, maybe when they pick on you, maybe they like you. I don't know. Just ignore it, right? So let's move on to new business. Please tell me there's none. No? All right. Can we take a 5-minute recess before the workshop?
Please. I'll make that motion.
Trustee Fielko? Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee McNaughton, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back from recess. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Stylen?
Aye.
Trustee Mason? Here. Trustee McNaughton?
Present.
Trustee Fielko?
Present.
Trustee Consolino?
Present. Mayor Knightsky-Trike is also present, and it is 9:05. All right, we're now going into workshop. We're going to discuss the items: form of government, powers of mayor, trustee, and village manager under that form, FOIAs, OMAs, Robert Rules, and board and staff relationships. So I'm going to start this off by saying the reason I asked for this, which I asked for in our second board meeting when I became mayor, my questions were, what are my roles? What are the trustees' roles? Because it gets very confusing, because I've served on, this would be my third term in the village, and the roles have changed over time. I always considered the roles to be one way, and then things started to change and evolve over time because the board changed. That's not a problem. I just need to know what the mayor's duties and responsibilities are, and it came before me because I felt like, and I didn't mean to insult anyone earlier when I was saying that nobody does anything. That's not what I was saying. I was saying that the weight of the village does fall on my shoulders. I get complaints left and right. I have residents asking me to police four-wheelers and arrest people and, kick people out of their homes. I have people telling me I have to tell one neighbor to stop throwing snow on their yard. I mean, there's so many factors that rest upon me that, that I don't have the right to do. I had residents ask me why I didn't just take 143rd when it was asked, but then yet I'm also told that I can't do certain things on the other side. So I want this board and myself, even the staff. The staff is unsure who to answer to. I mean, could you imagine having to answer to 6 trustees, a village manager, attorneys, and a mayor all at the same time? It gets very confusing. I don't like having one boss, let alone 8 or 9. So I would really like there to be some clarification on who does what. And this is to benefit all of us and to benefit the residents and staff. So I'm going to turn it over to Attorney Carroll to talk about the form of government and how we got where we are right now.
May I ask one question? Mike, we are recording again? We are recording. Okay, thank you.
And I think Mr. Carroll provided a slideshow to assist with
I'm just working
this.
that off, and if anyone wants a copy, I can certainly provide that. You don't have a clicker for me, do you, Mike? Or can I just... Okay, great.
Is this yours? Did everybody bring their little book today? Okay.
May I proceed, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. So basically, what I was asked to do when I spoke with the mayor and the village manager was to talk about several of the things that were causing confusion or that were maybe not being addressed properly. So I just want to give a little bit of a background for all of you that don't know why I was asked to do this. This past July, I just completed my master's in public administration at the University of Illinois at Springfield. That's on top of my Juris Doctor that I got from the University of Illinois at Chicago. And my capstone project for my master's was on staff board dynamics and relationships. And I happened to mention that to the mayor and to the village manager, and it was around the time there was an issue that had come up around that time, and I said, well, I'd be happy to talk about that. And as we started, the three of us started talking, we started talking about FOIA and OMA and Robert's Rules and a bunch of other topics. So I said I'd be happy to throw these together and talk about them. I'll focus my comments where I see the most confusion first, and then I'll just touch on some of the other things. I'm certainly open to any questions. I'd prefer this to be informal rather than formal. And then when I get to the last part, which is the staff board relationship issue, you know, I'm not here to lecture any elected official on how to do their role. This is more just, since that was my capstone project, and it's also the cover story in this month's, I wrote an article for the DuPage County Bar Association legal review, and that's their cover story. It's just to give you food for thought for both staff and for the elected officials to think about the appreciation for each other, what the roles are, and as the mayor mentioned, who has powers to do what everyone's roles are. So we're going to start with the form of government, because that was when I first came here. Mr. Pasquinelli and I had multiple questions from members of this board about the form of government. And I know your village website makes reference to the fact that you're the managerial form. Some of the elected officials had told me they thought that you were the managerial form. So let's talk about what you are and what you aren't by the law. And to me, this is not at all a gray area. And I think I have enough documentation to provide to you each tonight so that you can see that we've done our homework. We've got several references to support our opinion. And I did see that Mr. Baber gave you this one book, which I've always had as well. And in fact, as I go through these slides, that's why I wanted to have them in front of you, wherever there's a reference to this book and something I say, I have the page number on the slide. So you could jot those pages down if you wish as I go through them. So now, there are only 3 forms of government under the Illinois Constitution that are delineated specifically.
Before we get started,
absolutely,
to address the mayor, if I could. I would just like to have some structure so we don't go all talking over each other, how you want to handle this workshop, so we all get our answers to our questions and that we're not talking over each other. And would you like us to wait with our questions and write them down? Can we ask the questions while we go ahead? And I would also like to ask the attorney, if it's okay, when you're going through this procedure, I want you to reference the state statute or the Constitution, the whole number, not part of it.
Okay.
So we can easily reference back if that.
That's fine, and I hate to go back to old school, but if you guys want to just kind of like raise your hand or give me some kind of signal that you want to ask a question, that'd be great, because I'd like to get through this, tonight.
Right. So there are only 3 forms of government under the Illinois Constitution that are separately mentioned by title. And those are the commission form of government. I think we all agree you're not the commission form of government. The only village around here that I know that is the village of Palos Park. Then there's the strong mayor form of government. I don't know any villages around here that are strong mayor form. And then there is the managerial form. What is common between those 3 forms of government, and those are Article 4, which is commission, Article 5, which is managerial, and Article 6, which is strong mayor form. Each of those forms of government, in order to be adopted by a municipality, must be done by referendum. That's in the Illinois Constitution. you're not one of those three forms, you haven't adopted a referendum, then you fall under Article 3, which if you're a city is called the mayor-aldermanic form. If you're a village, it's called the president-trustee form. Now, people call it different things. Some people just call it trustee village or alderman city, but it's any of those things, because if you look at what used to be called Article 3, it's been adopted now into Article 3.1. It's just that title doesn't have a form of government title. It just says appointed officers in all municipalities. So as I've mentioned to some of you offline when we've talked one-on-one, if you're not commission form, managerial form, or strong mayor form by referendum, then you automatically default to Article 3.1, which is, in this case, the president-trustee form. Now,
I'm going to stop you right there.
Sure.
So for clarification, this village has never had a referendum to change the form of government.
I was going to get into that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So those are the four types of government. So now I get to the organizational history of the village of Homer Glen, because again, there were some allegations that, there were things done or filed or whatever. So Village of Homer Glen voted in favor of incorporation on April 3rd, 2001. Prior to that, there had been multiple petitions filed in the Circuit Court of Will County asking to allow that referendum to go to incorporate into a village, to go out to the voters. It went to the voters on April 3rd and it was approved. April 17th, I've got a certified copy of it here, the Will County courts recognized the election of April 3rd, recognized that the referendum to incorporate into a village passed, and certified that the village of Homer Glen is now recognized and incorporated as a municipal corporation. So that paperwork, the referendum question, the order from the circuit court gets sent down to Springfield, so that on May 24th, 2001, then Jesse White, Secretary of State of the state of Illinois, issued what's called a certificate of incorporation. And it says, whereas a certified copy of the record of proceedings in the matter of incorporation of Homer Glen as a village in Will County, Illinois on April 3rd, 2001 has been placed on file in the office of the Secretary of State on May 24th, 2001, pursuant to 65 ILCS 5/2-1-1 at sec, which just means, and so on, of the Illinois Municipalities Act, and whereas it appears from the recitals in the documents that the provisions of 65 ILCS 5/2-1-1 at sec of the Illinois Municipalities Act have been duly complied with, and now therefore I, Jesse White, Secretary of State of the state of Illinois, do hereby certify that Homer Glen in Will County is a legally incorporated village under the laws of the state of Illinois and should be known as the Village of Homer Glen pursuant to Illinois compiled statutes 5/2-1-1 et sec of the Illinois Municipalities Act. Okay. After that, on July 3rd, 2001, the Village of Homer Glen, one of its first 3 or 4 meetings, passed an ordinance creating the position or office of village manager. So what does that all mean? No referendum at this point in time had ever been created or passed with regards to changing the form of government, so therefore, under the Municipalities Act, as I mentioned earlier, it defaults to Article 3.1. So there's a lot of talk about village managers. To get around some of that confusion, some villages that don't pass a referendum but want to have a staff professional be their day-to-day operator of the village will call it a village administrator. It doesn't matter. Just like under the Illinois statutes in multiple locations, it says even though it's a village and then the title is village president, he or she may be referred to as mayor. It says that in 4 or 5 different places of the Illinois statute. Likewise, there is no statutory or constitutional provision for an ordinance village manager. Only a true managerial form can only be adopted by referendum. I went back, all the way back to when this was a township, and there has never been a referendum filed that I can find or that anyone else can find to establish a managerial form of government. And I've got other documentation to back that up. If you look at your ordinance, that's ordinance number 26-01 that created the office of village manager. It says right in there that that person is nominated by the village president with the advice and consent of the village board. If you look at Article 5, which is the true managerial form of government, Article 5 managers are appointed by the entire village board, whereas ordinance managers are appointed by the village president. You see it on the slides. Those are the page numbers in this book that you have, so you don't have to believe Mike Carroll or Mike Pasquinelli. This is the Illinois Municipal League telling you that that's the case. Article 5 managers are appointed by the village board. Ordinance managers are appointed by the village president with the advice and consent of the village board.
Can I stop you for a second?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you explain what advice and consent of the village
Absolutely.
board means?
I have that a little bit further down, but I'll address it now. So advice and consent is a commonly used phrase. It arises from the U.S. Constitution Supremacy Clause. That's where it originated from, and started with the powers of the U.S. president and having cabinet members, Supreme Court justices, et cetera, being appointed by the president with the advice and consent of the U.S. Senate. What I tried to do is find the most conservative article I could find about this issue, and I'd be happy to share this with anyone from the board that wants it. This is from the Heritage Foundation. It's the history of advice and consent, what they believe the U.S. Constitution says about advice and consent. And what advice and consent is, if you look at this article, again, not Mike Carroll alone saying this, it's where the person that has the power of appointment, which I'll get into.
What article are you referencing?
Advice and consent, what the U.S. Constitution says.
Who did that come from?
Heritage Foundation.
Heritage Foundation, thank you.
Yes, and I'd be happy to share it with you. I've got it on my laptop at my office. They're talking about the appointments clause of the U.S. Constitution, and that then gets applied. The states use that same phrase of advice and consent. There is no a definition of advice and consent under Illinois law, so everyone references back to the U.S. Supremacy Clause. And what the history of advice and consent has been found to be is where an officer, elected official, et cetera, has power of appointment. Advice and consent means that the legislative body that has that power of advice and consent is allowed to inspect that person who's being nominated and say yay or nay, up or down, whether they want to allow it. What it doesn't say, and I've had conversations with a couple of you about this, it doesn't say that you get to look at 4 or 5 applicants and you tell the person that's got that power of nomination who you think should be hired, they bring the recommendation to you, and you then say yay or nay. If you say nay, they have to go back to the drawing board, because Mr. Baber and I have spoken about this recently, and come up with another nominee and bring that person back to you. And in fact, even your own ordinance, again, 26-01, which was then codified through resolutions, and it was amended in 2007 through ordinance number 07-016. And it says here, the village manager shall make a recommendation to the corporate authorities with respect to the hiring of any department director or manager whose appointment is subject to the advice and consent of the village board. So everything in your ordinances back up that thought that the recommendation under that ordinance comes from the village manager, but I'll get into that a little bit later. So again, you look at the advice and consent clause of your ordinance, it shows that all the way back in 2001, your village founders were aware that what they were setting up was an ordinance village manager form of government, not a managerial form. Further support for that is that under Article 5, there's a provision that says, this is Trustee Fialko at 65 ILCS 5/5-1-10. It says if the managerial form of the municipal government is adopted, again, that would be by referendum, the mayor or president immediately shall transmit a certificate so stating to 1, the Secretary of State, 2, the clerk of the court, and 3, the county recorder. These officers shall file the certificate in their respective offices and transcribe it upon the records thereof. I had found, as I mentioned to one of the trustees, a list with the Illinois City Managers Association showing the municipalities in Illinois with the managerial form under Article 5. Homer Glen wasn't listed, but that's not one of the repositories of the records. Well, I finally found what I was looking for. This is the most recent published manual from the Illinois Secretary of State. It's entitled Illinois Counties and Incorporated Municipalities, dated July of 2012. It's got all the municipalities in Illinois that are commission form and managerial form. And under managerial form on page 27, It goes from Highland Park, Hinsdale, Hoffman Estates, to Homewood and Joliet. Homer Glen is not on the central repository of the Secretary of State of Illinois as being listed as a managerial form. So you combine all of that with the fact that there was never a referendum, there was never a managerial form adoption sent down to the Secretary of State, your ordinance comports with everything else I've talked about with regards to ordinance form village manager. It is crystal clear to me as an attorney that you are the trustee village or president trustee form of government. Now, what does this mean for powers? I'll get into it in a couple of slides here, but first, if you look at the page we're on, managers under Article 5 appoint and remove all directors of departments and appoint all non-elected officers, including the village attorney. And there are a number of court cases in Illinois that support that and back that up. So if you were the true managerial form, there would be no advice and consent of department heads, village attorneys. The other thing is under Article 5, and I'll get into Article 3.1 as well, but under Article 5, the manager's powers may not be reduced by ordinance, but may be amplified is the language that's in 65 ILCS 5/5-3-10, and multiple court cases have also confirmed that the ordinance may amplify, meaning either explain or expand the powers of the village manager, but if you were a true Article 5 managerial form of government, you may not reduce their powers. So now ordinance managers have no direct foundation in the Illinois Municipal Code. Remember I mentioned we have commission form, managerial form, strong mayor form, and then we have this Article 3.1. So there's nothing in the Illinois Constitution that talks about ordinance managers. However, if you look under Article 3.1 and other sections, it talks about the powers of a mayor or village president. And it says that he or she has the authority to hire officers and employees necessary to carry into effect the powers conferred upon municipalities. And that's 65 ILCS 5/3.1-30-5. And it goes on to say, with the advice and consent of the board. So the vote to create or discontinue an ordinance village manager has to be passed by a 2/3 vote. So if you decided you wanted to get rid of your village manager's position, it would require a 2/3 vote of the village board. And again, I've got the notations on the slides there of what pages. In this book, everything I'm saying is to be found, so you don't think it's just coming from me. Now, the mayor retains the power to appoint other officers of the municipality, and those powers cannot be usurped without affecting the form of government under which the municipality is operating, which would violate the Constitution.
Can I pause you for a second? When you say appoint other officers of the municipality, can you define what the word officers is? And the reason why I'm asking this is because there's consistent confusion on what these words mean.
Sure. So I prefer, if you don't mind, there's a section where I'll make it much more clear.
Sorry.
No, that's good. No. Yeah, huh? No, there's I have another slide where I get a lot more into this. So the effect of the powers on the board between Article 5 and ordinance manager. As I mentioned to one of the trustees last week, whether you're commission form, whether you're strong mayor form, whether you're, strike that, whether you're Article 3.1 or whether you're Article 5, whether you're ordinance village manager or whether you're managerial form, it does not impact the powers of a trustee one iota. Because the only two people that it impacts, whether you're an Article 5 managerial form or an Article 3.1 form with the ordinance village manager, are these two people, the mayor and the manager. Their powers are impacted depending on which one of those two you're going with. It doesn't impact the village trustees one iota. You are the legislature under either of those forms, and we'll get into what that means, but it doesn't impact your powers as a trustee one bit. I do mention the one thing, and this is not in your book, it's in this other book which Mr. Baber does have in his office, so I did put the page number on there if you want to look it up. This is the one I used to get yelled at when I was a trustee. Unless doing something legally delegated to them, a council member, when not participating in a legal council meeting, has no more power or prerogative than any other citizen of a municipality. The law favors the right of an individual council member, however, to have access to such records of the municipality as are needed to carry out the council member's duties. We only point that out is I remember when I was first elected to be a school board member, they give you this big speech about being on the balcony and looking down at the dance floor. Unless you have 4 of the 7 of you up there, you really have no power over what's going on down on the dance floor. And so that's what the Illinois Constitution says about a village trustee. You're absolutely entitled to, so for example, they were mentioning something about a public safety committee. If you're on the public safety committee and you need some records in order to make a decision on what you're going to bring forward to the full board, you're absolutely entitled to those records. And I can tell you, Mr. Pasquinelli, Mr. O'Grady, and myself always take the position that when it's something to which you are entitled as a trustee, you don't have to FOIA it. Now, if a mayor and manager said, no, we want to make everyone FOIA it so there's a record, you could do that, but it's always been my position because of this provision in Illinois law that if it's something you need to do your job as a trustee, in my opinion, I wouldn't make you FOIA it. Now, when we talk about the effect, and I said earlier, the only 2 people impacted by whether you're Article 3.1 or Article 5 are the mayor or the manager. If you were a true Article 5 managerial form, many of the powers of the mayor's office get transferred to the village manager, with few exceptions. And then the mayor, because you vote your trustees at large, you don't have districts, the mayor would vote and discuss every item on the agenda. Go right across the county line, the mayor of Orland Park votes on every single issue because they're the true managerial Article 5 form of government. Their trustees are elected at large. Therefore, when the clerk's calling the roll, the mayor gets called just like all the trustees do. He or she votes on every item that's on the agenda under Article 5 managerial form if your trustees are elected at large throughout the village. In the ordinance manager scenario, the mayor's powers may be voluntarily relinquished, but may not be usurped by ordinance without violating the Illinois Constitution. And this, Madam Mayor, is why I asked to hold off on answering your question. Because if you're the ordinance form, you can voluntarily usurp your own powers. In other words, if the trustees want to put forth an ordinance saying the village manager brings the nomination of department heads to them for advice and consent, and you're okay with that, then you do that. It's like everything else. If no one's going to complain, there's not an issue. But when the village board passed that amendment to the village code in 2007, if the then mayor wanted to have challenged that, he would have won it 10 times out of 10 in court because it's unconstitutional. Because just like I said on one of the earlier slides, you cannot pass an ordinance that purports or appears to change the form of government that you have. And Article 3.1 gives the mayor the role of CEO, gives the mayor the authority to run the day-to-day affairs of the village, gives the mayor the authority to appoint all officers not elected, and not just the ones that are retained in Article 5, which there are some, like you still, to answer your question, Madam Mayor, under Article 5, which you're not, you would still appoint your commissioners, and there's a treasurer. If you had a fire chief, there's 5 or 6 other offices that under the Constitution, the mayor still retains. The mayor also is the only person that sits on this dais that has the authority to inspect all records and books of the village at any point in time for any reason of any employee. Otherwise, we get back to what I said earlier. If we're talking about Trustee McNaughton, for example, if he needs something for his committee or something that's going to be on the agenda at the next board meeting and he wants to see a record, he would go see Mr. Baber and say, hey, listen, can I see this record? I just don't know where I want to be on this issue. Sure, because that falls into what I had put on the previous slide about he needs that information in order to carry out his duties as village trustee. Contrast that with, and I'm not saying any of you do it, but if you were to walk in and just say, I want to see these personnel records, or I want to see this from the finance department, and I'm a trustee, I'm entitled to it. It's really going to be up to the mayor and manager about whether that falls within the purview of what you need legislatively to do your job. And that's why I pointed out that under Article 3.1, because there is no managerial form of government, all those powers that would have shifted to the village manager still are retained by the village president, unless she voluntarily acquiesces in allowing those to be given to the village manager. It's almost like a delegation. So if the mayor said, okay, I know the ordinance says Mr. Baber can make these nominations. He and I work together every day because I'm the CEO of the village. He's, the manager, he's like the chief administrative officer or my assistant, or however you want to look at that. They work together and they jointly come up with something. That would be something that, as long as she acquiesced in that power being delegated to the village manager, that's fine because she's not challenging it. There are, in these books that we talked about, multiple further examples. And by the way, these books, just so you, again, so you don't think it's Peterson, Johnson, and Murray, our law firm, saying this, look at these two books. Two of the other big municipal law firms wrote the two different books that we're talking about, Ansel and Glink in one instance, and Clanthorpe and Jenkins in the other. I've got a memorandum here from Ansel Glink and a memorandum from the IML, all saying exactly what I'm talking about as far as the manager form of government and the powers of the mayor, powers of trustees. And so it's not just me telling you that. And I'm happy to share any of these resources that I talk about tonight with any of you if you want further information. So, village manager in Homer Glen by ordinance. Again, I already talked about briefly, created by ordinance 2601. There are a bunch of powers in there. I don't need to go through all of them. The village manager under your ordinance oversees negotiation of all contracts. And again, if the mayor is okay with that, that's fine, but that's technically a usurping of her authority under the Illinois Constitution, and if she wanted to challenge it, she could. She wouldn't have to go back and change the ordinance, because an ordinance cannot purport to change the form of government. And by trying to take powers away from the mayor and giving them to the village manager, you're trying to shift it over to Article 5 without the referendum, and that's unconstitutional. He oversees the enforcement of all ordinances, while there's many instances in the Illinois Code that says that's the power of the mayor. So again, if she's good with the full-time professional member of ICMA looking at all these ordinances, because he's supposed to be apolitical and be unbiased and be neutral, and she's good with that, all's well in the world. But the minute that there's a conflict between the mayor and the manager about what has to get done, constitutionally that power belongs to the mayor. And again, we get in here, under your code, the village manager makes a recommendation to the corporate authorities under ordinance 7-16, and I was already asked about it, so I talked about advice and consent and what that means.
May I ask you one?
Yeah, I was going to say this is a perfect opportunity to field questions on this.
Question. You keep referencing 3.1, which is in no document that can be found. You said it got changed from 3 to 3.1. Where are your resources? Where are you finding the information on 3.1? Is it in the state constitution?
Yeah.
Is it in the in ILCS? Where are you finding that information?
So yeah, if you go to ilga.gov, and that stands for Illinois General Assembly.government, there's at the very top center of the page, there's a button for Illinois compiled statutes. That's where all laws in Illinois are retained. And if you go to that, Chapter 65 is the municipal code. So everything with 65 as the first numbers is the Illinois Municipal Code.
We looked at that, so where exactly are you saying this is in?
Which point? 3.1? So I mentioned it once, but I'll say it. So it's 65 ILCS 5/3.1-30-5 is the part appointed officers in all municipalities. And that's where the phrase I mentioned about the authority of the mayor or president to hire, quote, other officers necessary to carry into effect the powers conferred upon municipalities. And Trustee Fialco, if you recall, you and I talked about that, like, where'd you get that about the mayor having the power? It's right there.
Well, no, that wasn't the exact conversation.
Okay.
It was that you did not get these, the articles of incorporation.
No, I'm talking about different conversation.
And I asked you, how did you give me that information when you didn't even get the articles of incorporation? And then you gave an answer, you couldn't find it.
No, my answer was, if you ever saw the movie Jerry Maguire, Show Me the Money, my answer is show me the referendum, because without it, you're not Article 5. And so you're Article 3.1.
My point is, you still did not have the articles of incorporation at that day. There is no point of order right now.
I didn't say point of order. I said there are no articles of incorporation that I could track down, and I found out why. Because you don't do articles of incorporation. You don't have to do articles of incorporation for municipality.
I would like to intervene on that, because I do have a copy of all the paperwork.
I have a copy of all the paperwork that was filed with the Secretary of State, and none of it is entitled Articles of Incorporation.
And then I received more information today from the clerk's office.
That's fine, but if there's not a referendum, we're spinning our wheels.
No, there is no
If we could just
referendum.
allow everybody to finish speaking before we speak, we can continue on with an open forum.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. So no, go on, please.
No, I was going to say, you did mention that you had some documents. I asked for those on Friday, and I did not get them, so I did more digging myself and found out through the Secretary of State's office that there are no articles of incorporation required to be filed when a municipality is incorporated. You take the court paperwork and the voters' referendum, you file that with the Secretary of State, which was done back in 2001, and that was a certificate of incorporation that I do have from May 24th of 2001. And regardless of if there is articles of incorporation, I haven't seen them and they're not relevant because there's no referendum. So again, if it makes reference to a managerial form in another document you have, if it's not a referendum that went before the voters of the village, then it's not binding.
Mr. Carroll, is that your legal opinion?
Can you please let him finish speaking before you interrupt again?
Yeah, that is my legal opinion, and it's right from the Illinois Constitution, and I cited it 5 or 6 times in these materials I've handed you tonight. So
Okay,
yes.
I do have a question if you don't mind.
Sure, absolutely.
Or a couple statements or
Yeah.
whatever, because I just want to take a minute here. Trustee Consolino, if you have documentation, are you willing to provide that with the rest of the board today so we can get this straightened out?
When I asked for, I did my homework, and I'm going to repeat what's been said to me 1,000 times over. Well, you know, you could have gotten it, blah, blah, blah. I did get it, and I did inform, Mr. Carroll didn't ask me for my paperwork.
I'm just saying, I'm not
And I was told by our clerk, let me finish, please. I was told by our clerk that it was a courtesy to give me any kind of paperwork like this. So, and our deputy clerk. So it wasn't, you know, our own staff didn't feel it was important for me to have this kind of paperwork. No, you didn't answer. I'm sorry, it was the deputy clerk that stated that in writing. And it was just strictly a courtesy, and that the lawyers advised her that she didn't have to give me anything else.
No, we did not.
Correct, but I am, or incorrect, whatever. I'm not asking you or demanding. I'm asking you if you would like to share. I'm asking you to be a part of this, to work together as a team. So if you
Absolutely,
have information,
because-
I'm still speaking.
Absolutely.
If you have information that can help us figure this out, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm not asking to be a strong mayor like you've stated a few hundred times that I want to be a strong mayor. That's not what this is about. I just want clarification of what our roles are. He's saying I have power to do this and power to do that and do this. That's not what I'm asking for. I want this board to work collectively together and help me solve a lot of the problems that we have in this village. I'm asking you guys to participate and do things to help everybody. So if you have documents that you'd like to share with the rest of us.
Yes, I do.
Do you have copies for everybody? Would you
No,
like
I don't have copies
made?
for everybody.
Do you have them with you today?
I don't have them with me all today. I have some.
You have some. Would you like Mr. Baber to make copies for us for what we had? Joe, would you mind making copies for us?
So while he's making copies, just so we're clear, again, I don't want anyone to say this is my opinion, okay? So I read the section of the...
This is your opinion?
No,
or
this is not my
Oh,
opinion. This is Illinois law, you know?
Okay.
So if you look at Article 5, specifically 65 ILCS 5/5-1-4. It's entitled Procedure for Adopting Managerial Form of Government. So it says cities and villages described in section 5-1-1, in order to vest themselves with the managerial form of municipal government, shall act in accordance with the procedure provided in sections 5-1-4 through 5-1-11, unless modified elsewhere in this Article 5. So then 5-1-4 talks about if a majority of the voters voting on the proposition vote to adopt the managerial form of government, then this Article 5 shall become effective in the city or village upon the date of the next general municipal election. And then it gets more into detail about how to go about doing that referendum. It gives examples of the language of the referendum. And then as I quoted earlier in 5-1-10, if that referendum were passed, then it has to be filed with the Secretary of State. We know none of that happened. So that's from the law. Now, in the IML book that you all have copies of, it says only a municipality that has approved a manager form of government by a referendum as a true statutory manager form of government under Article 5. That's page 23 of the book that each of you have. That book was written by several, looks like a dozen attorneys from Clanthorpe and Jenkins, one of the other reputable municipal law firms. There's a memorandum here for Ansel and Glink, another one of the reputable municipal law firms.
Can I please interject?
Sure.
Okay. So in the same book that I had acquired for all of us from IML, because I said this was the best way for us to look up the information regarding this, if you go on page 30, you're going to go look under B. It says manager or administrator by ordinance.
I'm sorry, can you say where again?
Page 30.
30, okay.
Letter B.
Okay.
Manager or administrator by ordinance. And so when I was doing all my research on this, I had reached out to our previous firm that helped us incorporate. Trustee Stylino, I'm mistaken that you were involved with the Homer Foundation when we were trying to incorporate?
Well,
I thought somebody had said that you were and that I should ask. So anyway, I was told that because, no, we did not do the referendum, that we would typically become what they would call like mayor trustee form of government. It's the oldest form of government, and I did express this to Mr. Carroll on Friday.
I agree.
However, in an IML book, because this is what happened, and this is what I was informed by that law firm, is that, yes, we started off that way, because that's generally what happens when you don't do the referendum, but somewhere along the lines, our government changed, okay? So, and how did it change? It changed because we did adopt a village manager, and because we changed ordinance after ordinance after ordinance. And if you go through the ordinances, you could see where it happened. And once, because when we incorporated, we just had an office manager. There was no such thing as a village manager. They had no responsibilities. So now when you go to page 30, all this starts to make sense. So manager or administrator by ordinance. Instead of adopting an Article 5 statutory manager form of government by referendum, which establishes the statutory duties of the manager and restricts the administrative duties of the elected officials. Some municipalities prefer to adopt an ordinance creating the position of a municipal administrator or manager and allowing for the appointment of the same. This administrative operation form of government, commonly referred to as a managerial form, but which cannot be confused with an Article 5 managerial form, has no direct foundation in the Illinois Municipal Code, but rather arises from a municipality's general authority to hire officers and employees. However, although the Article 5 managerial form adopted by referendum and the manager or administrator form are separate and distinct, they both share a common purpose in utilizing a single person with full administrative authority to handle the day-to-day functions of government. Now, Mike, you told me that the form of government that we talked about on Friday, where you're saying this, you told me that this wasn't in our book, but this is in the book. This explains what happened to us.
So if you continue on with what you were just reading to the next page, where the municipality hires an administrator or manager under ordinance, the mayor or president must still retain status as the municipality's chief executive officer, specifically the power to appoint other officers of the municipality. The executive duties accorded the manager or administrator by ordinance cannot be expanded to usurp the mayor's or president's power without affecting the form of government under which the municipality is operating. So it's exactly what I've been saying tonight, which is you did create an ordinance. It does not change the form of government, because the only way you could change the form of government is by referendum.
Mr. Carroll, could you please read page 32 and go to C, where it says inadvertent change in form of government? Yeah. And this is where our crux lies.
Yeah. It says changing the form of government without referendum is in violation of the Illinois Constitution.
It explains the pitfall awaiting municipalities dealing in either the statutory manager form of government or an appointment of a manager or administrator by ordinance is that in assigning duties by ordinance, the board or council may inadvertently change the form of government. Changing the form of government without referendum is in violation, yes, of the Constitution.
Exactly what I've been saying.
But I'm trying to explain how we got to this point. And then when you read further, and we have a lot of ordinances in which we changed in the past year and a half, where we gave up more and more corporate authorities, we've created a very, very sticky situation. So I'm interested in hearing what Mr. Carroll has to say today on what he suggests that we follow. But I think there's going to be, we can't just accept any old thing that's being presented to us tonight. I think there has to be a lot more research that gets provided to us.
Okay, all right, I was going to say, Trustee Styron, you have been patiently waiting to say something.
On July 3rd, 2001, by ordinance, we created the position of village manager. So, and that is a position that we could do as a village trustee form of government. So we have been operating that way since incorporation. So that did not change the style of government that we are.
So I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. So Trustee Consolino, what you actually just read is actually what Mr. Carroll has been saying.
Yes.
So duties along the way can change with the village manager. That doesn't change our form of government. And we are asking Mr. Carroll to state statutes, to state numbers and verbatim and where these articles came from, but yet, thank you for providing this, but you said we had changed ordinances along the way, but I haven't seen anything that changed along the way to change our form of government.
No.
The ordinance.
So I am just saying that what you read still says that it is in violation of the Illinois Constitution to change the form of government without a referendum. Again, I personally do not think this is going to change anything in the way we do things. I'm not looking, and I never have, come in to say, I want this power. I never wanted it. I never asked for it. I believe I had a discussion with all of you that the only job I really wanted to do was to bring this community together, make this all work and do what's best for the residents, and put a better light on our village that has been in this dark shadow for so long because of the way that some elected officials, and I'm not saying here or anywhere specifically, or I'm just saying some down the road have put this darkness on our town. I want it to become up to light. So with that, I had to find out what my duties were and what form of government we are, because it started feeling like to me that I was doing a lot of the work but had zero say. And so I'm being told at one point I couldn't even speak in a meeting. I just got confronted by Mr. Trustee Mason in the hallway, which I'm happy sharing. He said, you shut me up so many times tonight, but other people were saying things, and Mr. Carroll, you were there, and I said, there's a difference, and that's the importance. Point of order, Trustee Mason, for making a comment to you directly. You're allowed to rebut something a trustee said, but you shouldn't be personally attacking. And I'm trying to be fair on both ends. So I didn't cut you off because you were rebutting something he said. But then I have to ask, is that even my authority? Because at times I'm told I'm not. So that's the point of this. So nothing of what we do, I'm never going to go out and just start ruling with an iron fist and saying, you guys, I have all to say. That's not how this is. I'm going to go back to Trustee Consolino first, because me and her were having a little discussion. So really nothing is changing, but what's important is that we understand what we are, so later on down the road, it just doesn't go crazy as it has over the last few years. I'm going to ask you to go before Trustee Fialco again.
No, I'm all about policy, and I always have been since I've been on this board, and I feel that, this, to be told that we are a different form of government after 23 years of incorporation is kind of, well, no, I'm just saying, when we came in and you have different lawyers from different groups saying you're this to that, Hansen was just as culpable in it. So I mean, this is where I'm confused. So, Mike is stating tonight, this is his legal opinion. Is this your legal analysis of everything?
Okay, wait, I'm going to stop for 1 second, okay? So Trustee Consolino, you said for the last 23 years, but that's not the case, and that's why I brought this up, because when you came in and the other board members came in at that time, that's when things started to change, because I was a board member for at that time 6 years before you came on, and I've always known it to be the mayor-council form of government. But then when you guys came in and created this binder and sat these trustees down and told them that we were council form, it didn't make any sense to me. So I wanted clarification, and that's what happened along the way.
Trustee Fialco is itching out of his skin.
I understand that, but you asked the attorney a question and he wanted to respond.
And then, so I'll just finish my points, because then I think a lot of people have other things that they want to say and add. But, going forward with this, I think it would be extremely wise for this board to approach this topic very cautiously. I think that we should be getting the state's attorney's office's opinion. I think we should also be getting the attorney general's office's opinion. And if that's not feasible, I really think that we should be looking at another legal representation to do a second.
So we just got done talking about how our legal bills are so high, and these are the things that you asked for.
This is how our government is operating.
I know you were done, so I just jumped in after you were done. Okay. But I mean, You're
That's my
asking.
suggestion.
You're asking for more attorneys to jump in to pay more bills, but can I ask a question? What for if nothing is changing? I'm not taking anything away. We're not doing anything. Joe and I work great together. I go to the trustees for everything. I mean,
I want everything to be as
unfortunately,
accurate and by the
I'm still
book.
talking, Miss Trustee Consolino. I would love to have a conversation with you and email and discuss things and get things tackled, but it's very hard when I'm constantly being attacked from you outside of
versa.
here. I'm still, I mean, I don't know, it's not that hard to be respectful. I let you speak, now it's my turn. So with that being said, we can work together. I said I'm working great with Rose. I mean, I drove her home on a golf cart after the parade. I mean, my husband drove her on a parade and left me miles behind. I mean, we can do this. We really can get things accomplished. We just got to put those swords down and look at this. I am not willing to spend more money on this matter when nothing is going to change. It makes no sense to me. But if you want to go ahead and ask this board to spend make more fees on attorneys and then abstain or say no to the vote is beyond me. We can't keep doing this. We could be spending money on 143rd Street. Trustee Fialko, did you have something you wanted to add?
I do. The handbook, and I believe it's in our ordinance, says we're council management form of government. We didn't put any handbook together, as you kind of just said.
No, I didn't say
That
handbook, I
was
said
given to
binder.
me. Yes,
I said binder.
the handbook that was given to me when I came in said right in it that we are council management form of government. So in this process, Mike, maybe Attorney Carroll, you can explain to the board the difference between council management and management council and when we continue. But I do have another question. Being that you're saying we're under, and the mayor can only vote on a tie. You said that, right? When it comes to discussion on this board, I'm all about freedom of speech, but everything I've read, you are not supposed to participate in debate at all, very minimal.
Debate.
No, yes, well, conversation is debate when we're going back and forth. Now, you run the meeting, yes, and it's nothing personal, but since we're splitting the hairs and we want to know what we can and cannot do, I think it's important that, Mike, if you can explain the difference between the two, but I'd like you to start with the mayor's ability to enter into debate during discussion, because you do kind of, and I'm all for freedom of speech, but we're also trying to find out where the line is.
No, that's great. I would like him to answer, yeah.
Could we please answer that?
So there are two areas of the Illinois Constitution that courts have interpreted as allowing boards to set their own rules of conduct as far as the village president, who's in the president trustee form or the trustee village form, which are basically both the same thing. And again, the reason there's confusion there is because there's no such thing, it's just Article 3.1. But there's a provision in the Illinois Constitution that says the mayor or president of a municipality has the right to bring information to the board from time to time. Specifically, talk about once a year, but then it says from time to time. And once a year is, a lot of villages have a state of the village.
Not meaning every meeting then.
I'm getting there. And the second thing is there's another section in there where it says, and it's not only in the Illinois Constitution, but it's in Robert's Rules of Order, which your board has adopted by ordinance, that says the chair can provide information that they feel would be relevant to the consideration of the legislative body. So that's in the Robert's Rules of Order that you've adopted by ordinance. All that being said, each of you have heard me say at least 3 or 4 times in recent months that when you were discussing the possibility of putting speech limits on elected officials, my advice every time was I'm always opposed to try and muzzle the voice of an elected official. Because like last meeting, there were so many people here that wanted to speak, it's certainly within the powers of this legislative body to say we're going to limit speakers to 3, and you're rare and you're kind in that you extend it often, almost always. You extended it twice for 1 speaker last meeting, but I'm always opposed to limiting the ability of an elected official who was elected by the voters to represent constituents to be muzzled. So if you look at the Illinois Constitution, you look at the Robert's Rules of Order, which you have adopted by ordinance, both have some flexibility. Now, I think even the mayor has agreed that should she be engaged in vigorous debate on something she's not going to vote on? Probably not. And if this board were to, and it's part of my paper, which I don't have here today, but I always recommend that you consider adopting rules of conduct and board rules of conduct or decorum and adopting those after every election. It's a good idea, it's a good team building exercise, and that could be one of those things you would address. But am I in favor of muzzling an elected official, whether it be a president or a trustee? No, I'm not.
I'm not asking you your opinion at this point.
Well, yeah, you are.
No, I'm asking you what's in the book. What is written? You gave us everything that was written.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking what was written. I'm not really looking for opinion. I know. So inadvertently, for important information, almost sounds like a written document that would be provided to the board, or a very limited discussion. Very limited discussion is what I've read. And so I get what you're saying, but right now, everything you've talked about is law and what is written, and it's not your opinion, it's from the book, it's from this, it's from that, and I get it, and that's the great way to do it. So the same thing would be on this, with the law and what the Constitution and what it is said through the state statutes, is that conversation in our form of government by the president of the village, which sometimes can be used mayor, but technically even in our own ordinance, we have a president. That's what our ordinance says. We always refer to our mayor, but it does say president in our own ordinance. So what I'm saying at this point is, if we're going to go by the book and not by opinion anywhere else, I just want to know, I mean, you pretty much answered it without your opinion at the end, but you did say the speech is very limited for the chair of a meeting. And I agree with that. And so I think it's important for this board to know that, and not just to sometimes, you know, and I get it, information, yes. I'm not looking to muzzle anybody. I'm all about freedom of speech. But right now in this conversation, we're talking about what's in the book, not opinions of people, not what they think, what their personalities are, and what's in the book. And the book says that it's limited conversation.
So I'll give you one. You wanted section numbers. I'll give you one to have. 65 ILCS 5/.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Yep.
Wait, and while you're looking that up.
I got it right here.
Right. Trustee Fielga, I would like for you to
Okay,
provide your information as you're asking on demand his numbers. Where's yours? Where does your information say that I can't?
It's in your own Robert's Rules of Law.
Do you have it in front of you?
I don't need to have it in front of me.
Well, you're
He
asking
has
him
all the
for
answers.
stuff, but why don't
see,
you
now
bring
you're
stuff
getting
for
involved
me?
in debate that you're not happy
We
with.
just said open discussion earlier today.
I
didn't
asked
we?
him because he's the lawyer. I don't have the number in front of me, but
you're asking him to provide.
If
Got
he's
it.
given us the answer, he can probably give you the number.
Okay.
So what is the number that you were asking?
65 ILCS 5/3.1-35-5, which is entitled Mayor or President General Duties. And it says the mayor or president from time to time may and annually shall give the corporate authorities information concerning the affairs of the municipality and may recommend for their consideration measures the mayor or president believes expedient.
Okay.
And there's also in the Robert's Rules of Order that says the chair can give information on matters, but it does say should not be engaged in extended debate.
Understood. That's all I
Now,
wanted to
the
clarify.
definition of extended debate is what? Now, is debate the same as a legislative action item that I actually have the information on a day-to-day basis?
No,
So
we
for an
more like argument.
Yeah,
Will be extended,
argument,
yes.
argument. So if Trustee Stylen, if I'm all day long, I'm in meetings with staff and people talking about these matters that are on this agenda, I'm not allowed to give that information? You're saying I am.
You are.
But debate, when so-and-so's arguing with this person, I call point of order and tell people to grow up. I mean, that's pretty much what I've said in debate today.
We can get into Robert's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have parts about Robert's rules, and I don't even get that deep into that, but technically, if you know that this side of the dais feels pro on an issue and this side feels con, you're supposed to even alternate comments. I mean, there's all kinds of things, depending on how deep you want to get into Robert's rules.
I would like to know. I'd like to read all. I mean, I read the Robert's Rule book several times. I didn't
Would
see
you
that.
share that with all of us?
Sure. Yeah.
In our own ordinance, it says that a trustee should only talk for 10 minutes on a specific subject, too. And
Robert's rules said it shouldn't talk more than twice.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's why I do it once around.
And it says right here that we are a council manager.
This was wrong.
Oh, that is wrong.
You found what I read.
No, that's the binder that I was talking about. You said handbook. That's
It's the
different.
same thing.
No, it's not. A handbook is
The binder
different.
handbook, in the front, what does it say on the front of that, right there?
No, you guys.
Official elected officials.
Handbook. Exactly.
That's, okay, binder, but there is a handbook
That
as well.
says handbook.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
You're trying to play with the words here.
One other thing that I'd like to cover, if you don't mind, Mike.
Sure.
When it comes to public comment time, your opinion on calling somebody to the podium, and a lot of times we like to ask the village manager, we like to ask the engineer, and when that comes up, I like to hear everybody's comments, but I need to know by the book, because it almost seems like, you know how planning commission works? When they call somebody up to the podium, they actually swear them in for the planning commission. And then when we're bringing people up to the podium, I don't know if we're really doing the right thing, or they're just supposed to speak their 3 minutes and that's supposed to be it and we're supposed to vote. Or if we're bringing people up to the podium, we should all have access then, not just certain people at certain times. And I'm not saying it's happened with our president here. It has happened, though, where it was questionable whether we were going to get to talk to somebody at that podium who was a petitioner who had information to share with us. And I'd like to keep that going that way, but it wasn't when you were here. So the thing is, I just want to know, what is the correct way?
So the Illinois law is silent on how the meeting is to be run, and that's why most villages and cities adopt Robert's Rules of Order, because that began a long time ago. It's currently in its 12th edition, and I'll get into that in another segment of this workshop. But the Robert's Rules of Order make it crystal clear that the floor is governed by the chairperson.
Yep.
And one of the things that I didn't say the one night when the mayor had to leave a meeting, there's a big difference between also a mayor pro tem and a temporary or interim chair, but regardless, whoever is controlling the meeting has the sole discretion to recognize speakers. Keep in mind, there's a difference between a public hearing and a legislative board meeting. So when the planning commission has an applicant in front of them asking for a zoning change, asking for a variance, a special use, that's typically done by way of public hearing. There absolutely is a right for the petitioner to be present and to speak, and there shouldn't be, in most instances, a time limit on that, because the planning commission has to do those extended findings of fact, like you did tonight with that reduction of parking spaces. One of the things I was furiously looking through the paperwork on when Trustees Mason and Stilen asked about, well, what if we want to change it for a new business, is to make sure in your packet that the Planning Commission had very distinct findings of fact, and that your ordinance that you passed tonight adopted those, because if they didn't, we had to make sure we cleared that up in the meeting tonight. So it's very important that in a public hearing, that the full record gets fleshed out. However, once that Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the village board, and now you're in a village board meeting, there isn't the same, beyond the fact that the Open Meetings Act requires public comment to be allowed, there isn't the same right to having lengthy conversations in a legislative board meeting. And that's why you get much deeper into the Robert's Rules at that point in time, and it is 100% the purview of the chair to decide who speaks and to whom they speak. So for example, to use your hypothetical about wanting to talk to the village engineer, in the last couple of meetings it's been done right, but it wasn't for the few I was at before that. There shouldn't be someone at this dais, other than the person to my left, asking a staff person a question. I come from old school where every question went through the village manager, and then he or she would put it to their staff person and report, and then say, Madam Mayor, is it okay if I have my engineer speak? Absolutely. But there should not be dialogue between two trustees, between a trustee and a staff member, between a trustee and a public member. That all goes through the chair under Robert's Rules, crystal clear.
Okay, then that's fine. It all goes through the chair.
Right.
So is the chair able to allow 3 people, just an example, allow 3 people to speak to somebody at the podium and not others?
Well, yes and no. Yes, in that they have total discretion, but no, because every ruling of the chair is appealable. So in other words, let's say hypothetically, the chair was mad at you one day and said, I'm not letting Trustee Fialko say boo tonight.
Every
You would
day.
appeal it, you would appeal it, and if the majority of the board felt that you weren't being treated fairly, they could overrule the ruling of the chair.
Have I ever done that
And
to you?
that's for everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes.
If I ever do that by mistake, like I know I forget Trustee Consolino once in a while,
have
Trustee
not done
McNaughton.
that
Okay,
yet.
just wanted to be clear, because if I do,
But I
call me
wanted
out on it, because
clarification
I'm not doing it intentionally.
I wanted clarification just because it got close one day.
Right.
That's all.
But if there aren't any other questions about the
Shoot a rubber
form of
band
government, I just, if I may just kind of wrap this
Yeah.
part of it up.
Sorry.
Just so we're clear, the form of government is not even a close call in this village. It's not. It's a slam dunk, 1,000% Article 3.1 form of government. Anyone that tells you the managerial form is 100% wrong. I can get our law clerk, who's a third-year law student, not even taken the bar yet, to look this up and within an hour give you that answer. But there were so many misconceptions and things that were being communicated otherwise that I did a deeper dive on it than I otherwise would, because, you know, it's not, again, it's not Peterson, Johnson, and Murray. It's Peterson, Johnson, and Murray. It's Kleinthorpe and Jenkins. It's the IML itself. It's the Secretary of State's office. It's Ansel Glink. Thousands of years of legal experience, all reaching the same conclusion, which is because you didn't do a referendum, you could have tried to change the form of government by ordinance. That try was unconstitutional, and therefore it is of no effect. So therefore, it's a slam dunk, no need for other law firms to be involved in this opinion, because it's in the Constitution, it's in all the records of the courts, the Secretary of State's office, and every lawyer that's ever opined on this issue. That one, to me, it's an open and shut case, no doubt about it.
Okay, I'm going to revert back to a couple things. Trustee Stylen, when was that binder made? When that the binder slash
This handbook.
When was that one
That was
made?
given to us as soon as we became trustees.
Right.
But I asked today, or yesterday, who made this binder?
Yeah, and did you get the answer?
Well, somebody was guessing that it was Stacy maybe that started?
It was our previous village manager, Carmen Morello.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Excuse
No.
me.
I was elected before Carmen was even here.
But you got a different one.
No, I
Yes.
got that same book.
Did it have the same stuff in it?
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, do you have it?
The only reason why I can tell
I
you.
do.
So excuse me, point of order for just one second. The reason I can tell you that you don't have the same book is because their names are in there, that information's in there, and updates were made in there. I gave mine to Joe Baber.
We can compare
We
books
can
if you
compare.
want.
That's why I'm saying it's not the same. And we had discussed the form of government, which was in yours that you got, and the one is here is not the same. That's how I know that for
What
a
does it
fact.
say in your book, council management, before you just read it?
The one that Trustee Stylen got a year and a half ago. But we're saying before you came in.
It says the same thing.
Okay,
So why wouldn't we have been given an updated copy?
because they were getting ones to learn how to be trustees when you guys already should have known.
Then it should be universal. If it's updated, then we should all have it.
I agree. Then
Yeah.
you should ask Carmen. But Trustee Consolino, you gave us this and said you had proof in here of some sort. I just went through it.
And then,
Yeah. And there were,
clerk's office,
Yeah.
I had to file a violation. I had to file a violation that they refused to comply with the FOIA. So that's more information that they just sent me today. I didn't even get to read through it. And then I have stuff at home from the Secretary of State.
And that's all the same stuff I have. It's got a few
Yeah.
more pages on it,
Doesn't say
but
anything
it's the same
different.
documents.
yeah, there's nothing in here that says anything
A little bit different ones
contradicting.
from the Secretary of State that I
Right,
Yeah,
right.
because there's nothing in there contradicting what he
Madam Mayor,
had
can I
said.
just put this out to Trustee?
I do, wait, hang on. I do want to say, for the record, I did take a screenshot of it. Excuse me.
I didn't finish my points, but I'll let you go ahead and
I'm sorry.
finish yours.
Well, no, because I don't have it with, but so this was from the Secretary of State, and I just want to, and I can send a copy of this to everyone. This office is in receipt of a certified copy of the order and certificate of canvass results as filed in the circuit clerk's office pertaining to the incorporation of Homer Glen, because it's not included in this, in Will County on April 3rd, 2001. The said documents have been placed on file in this office dated May 24th, 2001, pursuant to 65 LCS 5/2-1-5. All statutory requirements have been met relative to the incorporation of this municipality, and certificate of incorporation is hereby enclosed.
Right.
Right, that's what made you a village.
Yeah,
That's the same
yeah,
thing
we
I
have
had.
that. We've got that.
Our clerk had that too.
Trustee Fialko, if I could, next time you're looking at that big book, page 146 talks about the mayor speaking at meetings.
Yeah, I've read it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and then just
That's
one
why
more,
I asked.
just
so
one more
definitely-
point that we were talking about earlier about FOIAs. I just wanted to say this before, so it's on the record. I do agree that no trustee should have to FOIA information if they need it to make decisions. I think the problem that comes about, though, is we have to be very cautious because staff can't be inundated all the time by different trustees coming in all the time. So it's very useful if Trustee McNaughton came in and got some information that he shared it with everyone instead of each individual trustee coming in, plus the mayor, plus the village staff, plus everybody else. The staff has work to do, so we have to just be very cautious of the time. So I do agree that it shouldn't be foible, but we also have to be respectful of the staff. Trustee Mason, you had something to say.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Expound on what you just said?
Sorry. What?
May I expound about what you just said, too? So Mr. Pasquinelli always harps on this, so I'll bring up a point that I know he's made to you a couple of times. Some of these things about not requiring FOIA, if you recall what I said earlier, that as long as the mayor and manager agreed that, I think I used the example of Trustee McNaughton, not to use him twice, but say he needed something for his committee, as long as the mayor and manager said, yeah, clearly that's within the realm of what he needs to complete his legislative purpose, you're fine. But there are also protections to the six of you to have that kind of gatekeeper there, because this came up once previously when we were talking about personnel records. Mr. Pasquinelli made a very good point, which is, you're immune as legislators from lawsuit. If you step outside of the role that you have and the powers you have as legislators, and you start entering into areas that are not within your purview, you lose that immunity. So just like some people say, well, I'm a trustee, so I'm a conservator of the peace. Well, not unless you go through the Illinois Law Enforcement Training Board certification process, you're not. So there are all kinds of things in there that, yes, you might be able to do X, Y, Z, but if you do that, you're opening yourself up to liability. So it's not always a bad thing that there may be records that you ask for that the manager or the mayor were to say, that's not really within your legislative purpose, and they may be doing you a huge favor, because especially when you get into HR-related issues, that, as we've talked about a couple times previously, that can be a sticky wicket. If you step outside of your legislative purpose, you could also be removing yourself from that immunity that you are afforded.
Can you cite an example other than just that one?
Yes. So I think I gave an example when I was at the podium speaking to all of you 3 or 4 or 5 meetings ago. When I was a deputy city manager and chief legal officer of a city in Michigan, we had a village trustee who started looking at the applications of applicants for, I can't remember if it was for city manager or for department head, and she then contacted the references that were listed on the CV or resume, started asking questions, and then when that person came in, presented herself to City Hall and started asking questions and asked a couple of the no-no questions that HR directors and people with backgrounds in HR know not to ask, and opened the city up to liability. We were able to make that go away, but had we not, she would have not been afforded the immunity that she would have otherwise had because she stepped outside of her legislative purpose.
What if it's for accountability as far as making sure that people have qualifications for the job that they're applying for, and/or what if it's for numbers, just to make sure that we're on the up and up?
That's a good question. So getting back to the issue of advice and consent. So under the Article 3.1, the mayor's got the power to appoint or to nominate an appointee for a position. Under your ordinance, it's been transferred to the village manager. As long as she's acquiescing in that transfer, then it's okay. If she didn't, it would be unconstitutional and she could challenge it. But what would be appropriate under the supremacy clause, as filtered down to the state, to the village government, would be him to make a recommendation, or the two of them to make a recommendation, bring it to the village board. Then you absolutely have the legislative right, under advice and consent, to inquire as to the qualifications of that person. If you felt he or she wasn't qualified, you could reject. And Mr. Baber and I have spoke about this as recently as this afternoon. What does that mean? He's got to go back to the well and come up with another nominee, or they have to go back to the well and come up with another nominee. What you're not entitled to do under the supremacy clause is to ask for the applications of all 5 applicants and sit in on interviews and then say, I think you should offer number 2 the job, not number 4. That's not advice and consent. That's putting yourself in the role of the people that have that statutory power. And would that create liability? Yeah, maybe, if you're asking the wrong question in an interview, kind of like I mentioned the city council member in Michigan that I had to deal with. But it's just not a good idea any way around as we get further into the relationship section of tonight's workshop, which I hope we can get to. But yeah, so that would be the example I would give Trustee Fialco.
Well, when you're saying about interviewing people, there is a law firm that actually ran our interviews.
I understand
that process that said 180 degrees from what you're saying. Okay. So I understand that's why there's a Supreme Court and there's a conversation that goes back and forth. But when we're in executive session and it takes place and it's under the pretense of this village and an official meeting, I think outside of that, I would think if somebody did what you're saying and was calling references and they're calling people up outside of an executive session meeting that was conducted specifically for that interview, I don't see where that problem would come. That's kind of like what you're saying, though. And then, so comparing the person that made the phone calls that was outside of an executive session meeting compared to us, who have been in executive session for hirings several times, not just one, are you saying that we're under some kind of other scrutiny because of that?
No, what I'm saying is what you are statutorily granted is the power to advise and consent. Right. As long as you're doing that, then you've got that immunity. So you wouldn't be subject to a lawsuit if you ask one of those prohibited questions. First of all, I would imagine you would have the village manager and maybe even his HR director in that meeting with you because he's making the recommendation or the mayor's making the recommendation, and I would hope there would be somebody with HR skills in that room so that if you were to ask one of those questions, they would stop and they would tell the applicant, do not answer that question. So I've had to do that myself multiple times in scenarios like that. Still no harm, no foul because you're in your legislative purpose. But if you don't have the statutory authority to do the screening, do the review of the resumes, do the whole round of interviews, that's when you potentially are stepping outside of your legislative, not potentially, you are stepping outside of your legislative purpose.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's keep moving on the slideshow.
All right. So these things we've talked about before, and I know we talk about them regularly, and I have a great relationship with your FOIA officer and the clerk's office in general about these things, and I want to reassure you that they know when there's something sticky to contact us. It just happened last month. A couple of former employees' records were FOIA'd, and we worked together to make sure that we handled that as sensitively as possible. But I just want to touch upon them briefly. It's something that's always good to refresh yourselves on because there are cases that come down regularly. Our firm was just involved in one with the Village of Tinley Park that went all the way up to the Illinois Appellate Court, and it might go to the Supreme Court, and we were successful in defending our municipal client there. So I just want to touch on it a little bit. So meeting is any gathering or other means of contemporaneous interactive communication of a majority of the quorum of the members of a public body held for the purpose of discussing public business. We used to have the misconception 20 years ago that you had to make a decision. And that's another part of FOIA, or OMA, I'm sorry, where you have to make a decision. If you're discussing business of the village and there's a majority of a quorum, then there's potentially an Open Meetings Act violation. What's a quorum? As you know, you have 7 members, so a quorum is 4. What's a majority of 4? 3. So if 3 of you are in a meeting discussing village business, and it's not a public meeting, you are in violation of the Open Meetings Act.
How many?
3.
3.
Now, that's for the village board. Now, I think everything you do with committees is a committee of the whole, correct? No. No? Okay. So if you have members of a committee, potentially, unless it's just a committee that doesn't have the authority to make a recommendation, they're just an advisory committee, then a majority, what's the quorum there? So you have 3 members of the committee. What's the majority? What's the quorum? 2. What's the majority of 2? 2. So if 2 of the members of the committee were discussing village business, that's an Open Meetings Act violation. So that's why you can't have a one-on-one, like the mayor can call up each of you individually. Trustee Mason earlier tonight during the open meeting mentioned that he had one-on-one conferred with other trustees. That's totally fine. It's not that contemporaneous interactive meeting of the majority of the quorum. But if you're a committee of 3 and 2 of you meet for lunch and you start discussing committee business, that's an Open Meetings Act violation. So beware of that.
What if there's 4?
There's 4, majority of 4 is 3, majority of 3 is 2.
Right, because at our last A&F meeting, there's usually a board of 4. There were 3 of us there, and afterwards, just to watch a video. It was about Lenny's gas and wash, just to review the video, not to discuss it. That's okay?
Yep. So what the big point there is, so the meeting.
I don't think it is, because there was discussion.
Well, that's what, perfect. Another example is if you ever watch me in executive session, I'm listening to everything you say because I want to make sure you don't stray from the reasons we're in executive session. And I know Mr. Baber's responsibility is there as well. So if we're supposed to be talking about legislation, or I'm sorry, litigation, and you start talking about an employee you want to hire, I'm going to stop you. If you want to talk about that resident that made a comment earlier in public comment, I'm going to stop you because that's not one of the exemptions to the Open Meetings Act. So likewise, as Trustee Mason's pointing out, if you're watching the video to inform yourselves, that's totally fine. But the minute you start opining about what that means for what you should do at the next board meeting, you're in violation of the Open Meetings Act.
All right, so just for clarification, so if there's 4 of them for A and F, 1 can't talk to another, or 3 can't talk?
No, so a quorum of 4 is 3.
Okay.
A majority of 3 is 2. So 2 of them cannot discuss business of that committee directly.
Oof, that's going to be tough.
I thought that there was
That's why a committee of 4, so I'll give you a perfect example. When I was a trustee, we had 6 committees. Every trustee chaired 1 and sat on 2. And so we met on the first Monday, the first 3 committees met. On the third Monday, the next 3 committees met. Anytime the village manager wanted to have us in to talk about village business, he'd make sure that 1 of the 3 that he wanted to bring in were from the other group of committees. Otherwise, you have that problem. So we would just make sure that we didn't discuss any business, or we would not put 3 of us or 2 of us, depending on what the situation was. You have to look at that majority of a quorum.
Okay, but I have a question to ask. Since I am the chief ex officio,
Yeah, doesn't apply on that.
So I have to put myself back in the committee so people can talk one-on-one.
Well, that's why when you get to these small committees, that's why a lot of villages and cities do committees of the whole for that very reason. Because if you have a committee of 4, 2 of you talking one-on-one, otherwise do it like Mr. Pasquinelli says, do everything on the open, and then you don't have a problem. Do it in an open meeting. That's the sanitation, the sunlight that's gonna, these are called sunshine laws for a reason. Sunshine, sanitizes things.
That's part of the reason why we got rid of A and F, but we had to bring it back.
There is 4 of us, and we are open meeting, but it's the after.
Or the before, when you call each other to say.
No, well, you can call one-on-one.
No, you can't.
Not with
No,
4.
you cannot.
No.
With 6 you can.
Well, not in A&F, we haven't done that anyway.
Yeah.
It's the other stuff. Like the village meetings, I'll sit there and I'll call.
No, village meetings you can.
Correct.
But for-
Those are the only ones I've done that on. On A&F, we go there, we discuss it in open, but we
That's up
cannot
to
meet
you.
after. We cannot meet after, and that's what I said
Well,
that
I
day.
think what he said too is there's not supposed to be phone calls between the 4 either.
Correct.
Yeah, nothing.
About
Correct.
because there's 4 of us on that.
That's right.
Right. So if you want to do it, you either add another member to the board, so if it was 5 members on that committee, then a quorum would be 3. You still got a problem with 2 being.
All are an exception for 2.
Huh?
I thought there was just an
For subcommittee, we've always just followed, that's the advice we always give, because we're constantly getting our clients, those are not the violations, by the way, those 2-person violations are not the ones that are to be resulting in large fines.
Well, it's something to discuss. At least now we know we can move
Right.
on, but we can either add another member, myself, or we can just not talk to each other.
That day was almost 3.
No, we're talking.
So, all right, look, the 2 little things I want to add on here, I already put on the screen that public body includes committees and subcommittees, but reply all on email. I'm sure Mr. Baber always tells you do not reply all. That gets violated by municipalities across the state constantly. So if the mayor were to send you all an informative email, she can do that. An informational email is not that contemporaneous interactive communication. So if she were to say, I'm going to be putting a liquor license as liquor commissioner on the next village board meeting, FYI, here are the details, that informational email is not a interactive communication. So it's not contemporaneous interactive.
So if
the minute one of you hits reply all, you have violated the Open Meetings Act. So you should reply individually to the mayor if you have a question for her as a liquor commissioner. You should forward it to the village manager or send it, to contact him, because he's not part of the public body. He doesn't vote. So those would be the ways to handle that. But the minute you hit reply all, you are violating the Open Meetings Act. Likewise, this is another one that's been popping up a lot across Illinois, is text messages during village board meetings. If you are texting somebody while you're in a village board meeting, that is discoverable under FOIA. So make sure, because you are in a public meeting and you're part of the public body and you are communicating ostensibly about village business. So make sure you're not texting when you're during a village board meeting, because that is discoverable, okay? So what are the ways to do it right? Post the schedule of your meetings, you already do that. Post your agenda, you already do that. Allow public comment, you already do that. and all final action needs to be in open session. So that's why we always say at the end of the closed session, no action was taken, because you can't in closed session. You can go into closed session to discuss, but if you want to come out and make a recommendation, bless you, it's got to be done in open session.
All right, I have a question too.
Oh,
Yeah.
but
Can I go
this had to
first?
do with what he just said.
Mine too. You think I'm going to talk about the sky
All right,
tomorrow?
sure.
So if there was a trustee or myself or somebody who put this email, I mean, at the top it said Joe Baber and Sue Stylen, but then I blind copied Dan Fialco.
It's a violation. Well, no, not, that's two people, but. I mean,
Right, but, and blind copied Dan Fialco, that would be 3 people, because it's Sue, me, and him, that's the majority of us,
Correct.
okay? But Sue was blind, or Trustee Fialco was blind copied, and Trustee Stylen responds to all because she doesn't know that he's blind copied it. That happens quite often.
Keep in mind, generally speaking, when we're talking about the public body, that's the Village of Homer Glen. So if the Attorney General was going to take action, they're not going to take action against Trustee Fialco. They're going to take action against the Village of Homer Glen for violating.
Correct.
She may have inadvertently hit reply all, thinking there was only 2 people there and not an OMA violation, not knowing, but the actions of one of your fellow board members could have caused a liability to the village. So, I mean, again, those types of things, if it were inadvertent, there's a lot of those where the Attorney General comes down and says, yeah, technically you were wrong here, don't do it again. It's the repeated or the flagrant violations. You know, a lot of times what they'll do, and people think, oh, I put blind carbon copy. No one will know. There are ways to find that stuff out. IT people can find that stuff out very easily. So you may be being slick, and so that in that instance, Trustee Stylen doesn't know it, but if someone knew how to find it, and someone did a proper FOIA and came up with the metadata, they're going to find out that there was a BCC on there, and they could file a PAC or a lawsuit against the village. And those are the kind of things, they sting a little bit, but if it's inadvertent, you're not going to get in big trouble. It's the repeated or conscious disregard of the statutes that are getting in trouble.
Okay.
So going back to texting.
Yes.
If you're texting yourself, you're saying that would be a violation, but if you're receiving, if you're receiving it, let me just split it up a little bit.
Sure.
If you're receiving a text and the mayor's getting an emergency text from somebody, that's fine. But to text somebody back, depending on what it is, so where is I can receive a text, but I can't put out a text?
No, so for example, one of the things that happens when a FOIA is filed is whenever it's something touchy, typically the FOIA officer of your village is going to reach out to us and say, listen, you know, this one's a little bit dicey, can you help us with it? Because otherwise they do a phenomenal job of handling the day-to-day FOIAs in this village. So we would get involved in that situation. So if, say for example, someone sitting in the audience saw Trustee Stylen the whole time during the meeting, she's looking back there and they see someone back there who seems to be texting back. If they were to serve a FOIA, you know, one of the things that would probably happen if Mr. Baber or Ms. Marcotte called me and said, hey, this is the allegation, I'm going to look to the video. If it does appear that this trustee was texting, I'm going to probably talk to the mayor and say, hey, we need to talk to this trustee about seeing what's on their phone. Because if it's their spouse and it's just, you know, coincidence that someone in the back appeared to be typing at the same time, it's not conducting village business, not discussing village business, it's not discoverable via FOIA, but I can tell you right now, there's a case that came out of the city of Chicago that went all over the Illinois Supreme Court that said, you know, there's got to be some level of discovery done by the corporate authorities to make sure that that is not the discussion of public business, and just asking a trustee, hey, what's on your phone? We saw you texting, you know, that's, you know, it can be, yes. I know when I was an elected official, our mayor had to turn over his laptop because he used his personal laptop in meetings all the time, and the village attorneys had to go through it with a fine-tooth comb when we got a very detailed FOIA. You know, that's why we had separate cell phones for our village business, because I run my law office on my phone. I can't give it up for a day or two for someone to be looking through it. Not that I have anything to hide, but it would cripple me. So that's why I just say, you know, it's that contemporaneous interactive communication, you know, discussing village business, especially when there's a public meeting, and we've defined meeting from the statute. Does that answer your question, trustee?
I believe so.
Okay, great.
All right, keep going.
All right, we're getting to the stuff that won't take much time. So there's a presumption, these are call against sunshine laws, that all records within the possession of the village are open to inspection or copying. The village has 5 business days to respond. There are scenarios where you can ask to extend that, and typically that's because of the volume of records that might be in the request or the amount of searching we might have to do. Some of those can get pretty extensive. There are multiple exemptions. As I mentioned here, we work with your FOIA officer on a regular basis if she has any concern about whether an exemption applies or not. But the last one she called me about before I could even hit reply on my keyboard, she's already sending out the denial letter to the requester. So she's gotten really good at it. And like I said, we typically only get involved in them to try and save the village money when it's something that's a little bit sensitive. Now, one of the things people forget all the time is if someone FOIAs a document that you don't have, they can't force you to create a document. Create a list of all the benches that your committee was able to sell. If you have it, great. You do not have to create it. So what I typically recommend to FOIA officers when I'm talking to them about their duties is, rather than just deny it, if you know you have something that's kind of close, save yourself the time. Email the requester or pick up the phone and call the requester and say, hey, listen, we don't have that, but we have this. Will that work? But it's clear under the law that the village does not have to create a document that doesn't exist. Someone can ask till they're blue in the face. It's only documents that are in the possession of the village. Fair enough? Okay. So Robert's Rules of Order, I don't want to get much into it. I did, for all of you, I printed out the most recent chart. If you wouldn't mind passing those down, please. These are for you. I've got one for you, Joe, and Candace, too, if you want them. Those are for the 3 of you. So we had some conversation one night about what motions take precedent over the other. The first group, the Part 1 main motions, they're in order of priority. So a motion that's above one of the motions below can trump the motion that's out there. So for example, when we were talking about a main motion, which is Section 10, and there was an issue about tabling, which is to lay aside temporarily Section 17. Section 17 is higher on this chart than 10. So, and then you look over, can you interrupt the speaker? There's very few examples where you can interrupt the speaker. You're supposed to wait until the speaker's done, and then you ask the chair to be recognized, and she would recognize you. Does it require a second? In most instances, the answer is yes. Can it be debated? And that's what we talked about earlier. Now, just so Trustee Fialco understands what my ruling was to the mayor when there was a motion to table.
I told you were correct.
Yeah.
At the second.
No, I'm saying, but tonight, when the mayor wanted to ask a question and there was a motion to table pending, she is the chair. She decides when to call the vote.
No, actually, anybody can, as long as everybody's spoken, you can call the vote at any time.
And it requires a 2/3 vote.
That's right.
Yeah. So but I'm saying until that gets to that point where you call the question and there's a 2/3 vote, she can postpone that to ask her question is the point I was trying to make. So anyway, these are just, it's just something for you to have. You'll see in there what I've talked about a couple times with you folks, which is if you know for sure that there's a witness that's not going to be available, rather than tabling something and requiring Candace and Joe to come up with these A-B motions, you could just say, I move to continue this matter and give the next date of the next meeting if you know for sure that you want to have it heard that night, so you don't have to pull it from the table. It just saves you a step. But there's nothing wrong with tabling it. So for example, when Mr. Cuss had to do a 170-some page document and get it all to you in a thumb drive in case there was a delay there or in case some of you didn't get a chance to review it, tabling was totally appropriate, and you just pull it from the table when you're ready. If you know for sure you're going to be ready, that's when you give it to administration to make sure it gets on the agenda as an A-B motion. But there's, you can't take action that's going to bind the village to something if it's not on the agenda. So what you would do then is if you don't have it on the agenda but you want to pull it, you could pull it from the table and have it go on to the next agenda meeting. So if you had something that was floating out there from 3 months ago and you want to have it reheard, you didn't put it on the agenda, you could do the motion to pull it from the table, but then you would set it to the next meeting. So that's, that's about as far as I want to go.
Can I ask one, since we have it on here, just real quick?
Yeah.
When someone says point of order, anybody has the right to say point of order. And it's been told to me that I'm supposed to ask, what's your point? State your point.
Correct.
And so I don't want people to think I'm being rude when I say what's your point or state your point.
Exactly right. That's what you're supposed to do.
And then the trustee is supposed to provide their reason for.
Correct.
Yes.
And then it's supposed to go to a vote to see if the point of order sticks or is overruled, right?
So it's for you to be ruled on. It's for you to be ruled on.
I get it too, but I want everyone to know.
Right. So if you look at point of order here, which is section 23, can you interrupt the speaker? Yes. And that happened a couple times tonight. Does it need a second? No. Is it debated? No. Can it be amended? No. Is there a vote? None, because the chair rules on a point of order. But the mayor is absolutely right. So when someone says point of order, that is asking the chair to enforce the rules. So that's why when I get into the part about relationships, I always recommend that you have a code of conduct or decorum. So you could say, we have a rule that says we can't attack each other from the dais. And so that when Trustee Consolino says point of order, the mayor says, what's the point? I'm being personally attacked. The chair recognizes Trustee Consolino and agrees, suspend your attack. Boom, that's done, you move on.
But what I was saying is the board can then challenge my ruling.
Yeah, any ruling of the chair can be challenged, yes.
That was going to be my next question.
Yes.
Anyways.
Yeah, any rule of the chair can be challenged. But, you know, that's, so there's, should be motion to appeal on.
And could you expand on it just a little bit? To override the chair, it goes to the board vote, and if the majority says that they're override the chair, like if you said I couldn't speak to somebody at the podium and I called a point of order and you said, no, I don't want you speaking, I could petition the board to override what you're saying. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. But again, it goes like to anything else. When you're talking about the authority that's awarded to any of you, you know, it's clear under Robert's rules, which your board has adopted, that the chair recognizes speakers on the floor. So when you're talking about point of order, your rules, and point of order is asking the chair to enforce the rules. The rules say the chair recognizes the speakers. Now, if she doesn't, like I said earlier, she was being unfair to you as the example I gave and was saying no to you every single time, you could appeal her ruling, and if the rest of your trustees felt that she wasn't being fair, yeah, they could overrule her, absolutely.
Now, during our meeting, sometimes point of order comes up. Point of order means the meeting stops.
Correct.
And I think we need to all know that, and when a point of order is called, and then you address it. But I think there's point of order has been called and then arguing starts.
But point of order is misused frequently. It was misused tonight. So someone was calling point of order tonight because they didn't think that the comments being made were germane to the topic on the agenda. That's not a point of order. Point of order is to enforce rules. So if you have rules of conduct, rules of decorum, then that's a point of order. If
a point of privilege would have fell into that category.
Point of privilege really gets into
yeah, that category.
No. No, point of privilege is that's when you're talking about the heat, the temperature in the room, the noise in the room, things along that line. You got point of parliamentary procedure. That's if you think that we're not following Robert's rules because you've adopted them. Request for information. Now that can be interrupting the speaker. So for example, it's not generally interrupting the speaker, but you can interrupt the speaker on a point of information. Let's say, for example, you didn't hear what the speaker said. Rather than getting too far downfield, now they forgot what they said, you could say point of information, the chair would say, what's the point? I didn't hear what that person just said, can you ask them to repeat the last sentence? That would be an example of point of information where interrupting them might be appropriate, because if you go too far downstream, they're going to forget.
May I read this 1 second? Yeah. Personal point of privilege. Any member may use point of personal privilege to address the physical comfort of the setting you're talking, such temperature or noise.
Point of, what are my choices? Point of answer question?
Personal point of information.
That's what I said, yeah.
So, but it goes on. Members may also use it to address the accuracy of published reports and the accuracy of members' conduct. It says it right there. It doesn't end at the temperature in the room.
Where are you seeing point of privilege?
It's on Robert's Rules of Order, SMPS.
Oh, I thought you were reading off this.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'll look at it again, but every time I've seen point of personal privilege, it's involving the physical comfort of the room and things along that line, because typically if there's a problem with what a witness has said, that would be generally covered by the rules, which would be a point of order.
Well, clearly this says something different.
Okay, I'll look at it. Yeah, I've never heard it used that way, but doesn't mean it can't be. I mean, Robert's Rules, if you've read the book, is very, very involved. But again, I've never heard of anyone using it that way.
This is in our code of conduct.
No, he's talking about Robert's Rules point of privilege.
But I mean, so it would be a different thing.
You have a code of conduct. You would use a point of order to enforce those. All right, so that's all I had really on Robert's Rules, because they get really deep. I keep them on my phone because, as it came up once before, some of these things you only see once every couple of years and you forget, so I always look them up when I'm in doubt. And if you did Trustee P.L., if you called point of personal privilege, I would pull that out of my pocket real quick and pull it up so I could advise the chair. But, it will be, I'll promise you I'll look at it before the next meeting.
Hopefully it doesn't stop at temperature.
So now this last part is where I kind of morph a little bit away from just being your attorney. And this is where when I was mentioning to the mayor and manager about the capstone project I did, I'm just going to do it more by bullet points. I'm not here to lecture. I'm not here, it's not my role at all. But I just want to know that it had been brought to our attention that there were some issues, not recently, but a few months back. And so as the mayor mentioned, we've been talking about doing this for some time now. And we were trying to find a meeting where it wasn't a real heavy agenda. And, you know, I thought we were shooting out towards October, but Mr. Baber contacted me last week and said that there wasn't a lot on this agenda, so we figured this would be the night to do it. So there's some quotes, I'll let you look at them on the screen. It's just to let you know that the whole point of board-staff relations, and I have this is my article for the DuPage County Bar. This is the memo I did purporting it to be on behalf of the Village of Homer Glen to my professor for my capstone project. I've got all the research that goes along with that, and I'd be happy to share any of it with any of you that want it. But it's universally accepted that the relationship between elected boards and professional staff really interface together well, create the most efficient form of government. Professional staff, as opposed to, and we've all talked about this to some extent, a strong mayor form, really is the most apolitical, non-biased form of government out there. And it really requires either side to see the roles that each of you have, to respect the roles that each of you have. You need to understand the pressures that are on Mr. Baber and his staff, and the mayor as the chief executive, and they all need to understand the pressures you're on dealing with your constituents and the concerns that are brought to you on a regular basis. One of the quotes I liked when I was doing all my research was that city managers need to help council members rediscover their contribution to governance without expecting those elected officials to adopt their worldview. You don't all have to agree, other than you have to come to some sort of agreement at some point in time about what's the vision and view that you have for the village moving forward. And it is the manager's job to help you bring that vision to a cohesive view so that he and she can then instruct the staff on how to carry your vision forward. Because there's no doubt about it, no matter what form of government we're talking about, you are the policymakers. You have the powers of the purse, you have the powers of policy. You decide what the long-term future of this village is going to be. You decide how you want to accomplish that, and then you send the people that run the day-to-day affairs marching in the direction that you're telling them as a policy matter. I love Walt Whitman's quote, "I presume the public interest to be what people would choose if they saw clearly, thought rationally, and acted benevolently." It's a great way of looking at government, the way I look at it. And again, as the ICMA always tells village managers like Joe, it's imperative that you understand the political nature of the elected officials, but you yourself are supposed to be apolitical. You're not in a political vacuum, though. They can insulate themselves as much as possible. I used to always say it was my job as upper administration to insulate my staff from the political process, but you can't. You have to be aware of the pressures that the elected officials are under. But you got to understand also, his job is not to be political. His obligation is not the same as yours is to speak the voice of your constituents. He's supposed to be making recommendations really based on best practices and what he and his staff feel are in the best interests of the village. You may or may not support that, because again, you're the policymakers. You could say, I understand that, but like we were talking about tonight with 143rd Street, we've got a lot of pressure on us and we want to do this anyways. It's just his job to advocate, and then you give the direction, and then he starts marching. Beware a couple of the codes of ethics that village managers are held to. It's their job to make those recommendations, to collaborate with you, to form the policy and the vision that we were talking about in the view, while recognizing that you're accountable for the decisions you make to their constituents, and you need to understand that they're responsible for implementing those decisions once you give them to them. Most common conflict really applies more to the managerial form when you have a true village manager that has all those powers of appointment that we talked about earlier. They are told to resist any encroachment on professional responsibilities, believing that they should be free to carry out official policies without interference and handle each problem without discrimination on the basis of principle and justice. That being said, again, especially more in the ordinance manager form of government, they still are working directly beneath an elected official who then still has to be responsible to her constituents. So they need to be aware of that kind of dichotomy that's there a little bit when you take something that's not statutorily created in the Constitution, and you create it by way of ordinance. It's a little bit different than we're talking about with a true managerial form, if that makes sense. So a couple quick slides. How can a manager support the board? You all want to know that. Well, providing thoughtful, well-prepared, and clear recommendations, not playing favorites among board members, being responsive to citizen requests forwarded by board members, keeping the board informed with timely information, directing public recognition to the board. I used to always say the board gives good news, staff gives the bad news. And then emphasizing to the public the board's community leadership role. Every communication that comes out of this village should thank all of you for how much work you put in, as we've talked about a lot tonight, for the little bit of recognition you get and a little bit of compensation that you get. Flip side, how can you support your manager? Respect their area of responsibility and authority. Don't jump to conclusions regarding citizen complaints about staff. That's one of the biggest pet peeves of most professional managers with whom I've spoken. This certain alderman, every time they get a phone call about my director of community development, they assume it's true and start yelling at me. Give him a chance, give her a chance to look through those complaints, vet them out, and report back before you jump to a conclusion that whoever called you on a Sunday afternoon is automatically right. Big one is don't criticize the manager or staff in public. That's probably the bane of the existence of a professional organization. Deal with your problems behind closed doors. You can still absolutely hold everybody accountable, but it shouldn't be done in public. Set reasonable expectations for goals and projects based on available resources. I've talked to some of you offline about the size of the staff and what it would take to do certain things, and that's just based on my professional experience. Be aware of what you have and what you can do with what you have, and be reasonable with those expectations. And then the final one is just not engaging in end runs around the manager or the staff. If they are to be respected by their staff, there has to be that chain of command. So any of you that have been in a quasi-military organization like a police department like I was, or in an actual military organization, that is crucial to the efficient management of any unit of government, that they have that respect of that esprit de corps and that respect of their staff, and that gets diluted immediately if the board were to start doing end runs around management and going right to the staff. A couple useful tools, code of conduct. Trustee Stylen just informed me you do have one. I would recommend you look at that every time there's an election. I was happy to see you have a book. When I was elected, I remember they gave me a big book. I had an onboarding day where the village manager drove me around with department heads. Luckily I had worked for the village as a police officer, so I knew a lot of the departments, but there were some departments I didn't know well, and so it was a eye-opening experience to see some of those inner workings that I had never seen before. It's great that you have that, but I'd recommend you look at that, and it sounds like you do, because the mayor was mentioning that Trustee Stylen's book has her name in it, which wouldn't have been in Trustee Fialko's book, and so that's something you want to look at, the code of conduct and those onboarding tools, because it's a great way to make sure everyone's working on the same page. I always recommend that you look at least, whether you're going to do it or not, look at a board retreat, a leadership summit, or some sort of planning session. This was kind of a quasi-mini one tonight. We talked about a bunch of different things. I think we got some good things out in the open. If you're going to do those things, the manager needs to be involved, if not a participant, at least an observer, because they're responsible for carrying out the plans and the vision and the policies that you all set forth. If they can't be there to see it, how do you hold them accountable for those things? Set a clear understanding as how you can address issues with their staff, preferably through the manager and the mayor, and how they can address issues with a board member, preferably through the mayor. There needs to be that respect, but there also needs to be a mechanism in case there's a miscommunication or a problem that you know how to address it. And then the biggie, annual evaluations of the manager. Since your ordinance says the manager is appointed by the mayor with the advice and consent of the board, typically the evaluation would be done by the mayor, because that's to whom he reports. And then you could always talk about whether that was shared with the board or whatever. But certainly he doesn't know if he's not doing a good job if he's not given regular feedback. I'm big on feedback as it happens. So if there's a good thing, you give positive feedback. If there's something we might be able to improve upon, you give that right away too, but at least an annual evaluation, so you know whether their compensation is appropriate and they know whether they're doing a good job or not. That's it, unless you have questions. I didn't want to belabor, I just wanted to touch on it, because that was how this whole thing got started before we got into the form of government stuff.
Well, thank you. First and foremost, thank you for taking the time to do all that. I've learned a lot. I hope the rest of the board has too. Trustee Stylen, you had something to add?
Yeah, I just want to make some comments with looking for this information in preparation for the meeting. I went back to a lot of like village history and talking to the founders and things like that. But if in our, on our website, we do have all of our ordinances in the public documents section. And if we go back and look at that first year of ordinances, and that's where the code of conduct, but it was changed, you know, like there was a modification in 2008, but I can't tell when I look at an ordinance, is this current or is it, and I don't know how to do that, and maybe the village manager can help, but, and it's not, these aren't in the code book. The administration section doesn't have our code of conduct or some of the other documents that I was looking at. And I think that that would be really helpful to have in the code book. So I would like to make that request, and plus then this would be, the code of conduct should be in the handbook, and it's not. Right. And then, or the, whatever. and then the other thing is, as a board member, I get frustrated up here because I sit patiently waiting. I think some other people do sometimes too, waiting to be called upon. You're sitting there kind of like, but there's somebody interjecting all the time. And of course that gets the, and I sat in that seat once, and I know that I kept looking over there instead of looking over here. And I've asked the village manager this before, like getting a button that you can press that has trustee 1, yeah, or something on it. Is there any other way of like, because that happens, it seems like it happens a lot that somebody keeps interjecting.
It's one of those things where whenever I consult with a village board in any of my capacities, it's one of these things where do you really want to get to the point where you've removed the personality from the organization? So when it works well, it may not be the most efficient way, but if everyone's getting along, I would never want to recommend they change it. But like I said, if you want to get deep into Robert's rules, if you know, if the chair knows that these three think one way and these two think another, typically the debate would be alternated. There's no requirement that the person, although if several members ask to be recognized by the chair at the same time, there is in Robert's rules that the person that made the motion gets priority. But there's no requirement, and the mayor and I have talked about this on how to streamline meetings, and there's no requirement that she address each trustee and say, do you have any comments? She could say any discussion. She doesn't even have to identify any individual trustee, but, you know, so that there are ways that you can streamline it, but, you know, you can get hyper-technical to where the camaraderie or teamwork kind of goes out and the personality goes away too. So, yes, I mean, if you get to the point where I've already seen improvements, and the mayor and I have talked about this at length, in how the meetings are being conducted the last couple months. But if you get to the point where there's an understanding on how the floor is obtained, how speakers are recognized, and what those rules are, now when the rules start getting violated, you already mentioned earlier, it says 2 times. That's what Robert Rules says too. So if you've spoken twice, the mayor doesn't have to let you speak a 3rd time. You know, because especially if you start speaking in circles, you know. So while it's great that the public gets to hear the thought process of their elected officials and how they're ruling on things, it doesn't mean that it has to go on until midnight every night. So, you know, there are definite ways. I like looking at these things incrementally, because if you start trying to sanitize them too much, like I said, then the personality tends to go away. And that's not always the best thing. But, you know, I hope
But
that.
when we call a round table, I'd always do the first, the second. And then I try to go to the right of the person who just called, so I don't skip anyone. Or like Attorney Carroll said, if I know that you guys are on one side and they're on the other, I try to flip-flop it so it's not all against one. I honestly try to be fair up here. I am, but it gets very hard to do when I can speak when it's not debate, because I was just looking at that, when I get to speak, when I don't. So, I mean, it is very hard. So this whole time you were talking, I'm looking at these 3. I saw Sue raise her hand, I saw Kurt raise his hand, but then I heard Trustee Fialko, I'm sorry, Trustee Stile and Trustee Mason, and then Trustee Fialko behind me. So it's like, okay, who goes first? You know what I mean?
Got
so
eyes in the back of your head.
I know. So it's,
You try to be pretty fair.
I do try to be fair.
On that 3rd time in talking in circles, isn't that dilatory? Isn't that what they consider?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So Trustee Mason had his hand up, and then you just went ahead and spoke. Right. I know you didn't, but you could see, right? But you could see where he gets frustrated. You see what I'm saying? So go ahead.
I'm done. I don't care. Whatever.
Okay, so I think we're done. I think that was great. I think it was productive. We're going to move on to executive session. We only have one thing. It's pending litigation, which we do need to discuss. It will be very brief, very quick, very easy. Candace, or I'm getting tired. Madam Clerk, you don't want to go over executive minutes, do you? No. Okay, so is there a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of pending litigation, a potential pending litigation? Hearing
So moved.
no one, so move one. Trustee Mason?
I'll second.
Trustee Stein, all in favor? Aye. Oppose? All right. Good night. Thank you, guys. You guys are troopers. Look at that.
I can't believe you all sat through that.